Dark cloud, you're the storm in the rain. In the intoxicated sun, if the sunshine let me know. All my thoughts move in the darkness of pouring down of stone. My soul is. Should I pretend like we're just dancing in the sunlight? Now I'm done waiting, and every day until I realize you're the rain on my happy days. Dark cloud, you're the storm in the rain. Stepping away, stepping away, stepping away from this fight. Hidden away, hidden away, hidden away with your light. Killing me happy, thought that was a sign. Killing the hope that I had in my life. I'm sick 'cause you're wasting my time inside my. Should I pretend like we're just dancing in the sunlight? Now I'm done waiting, and every day until I realize you're the rain on my happy days. Dark cloud, you're the storm in the rain. If there's blood in the water, the sharks will know. My happy at died, so the place I roam. Hope in the stream will wash out the history, history. I found my happy place. My happy place. I found my happy place. My happy place. You're the rain on my happy days.
How's it going, gamers? We are back with the second week of Aegis. This is going to be a very important week. It's going to be the last week of the regular season before we get into playoffs. And I'm Card Gamer, this is Hirsch, and we actually have a very special edition of Aegis. Hirsch, you want to tell them what's different about this version?
So what's different about this version is we drafted 8 captains out of the entire community, and they just went off and drafted a whole team from a pool of players and made just their own suit. And they're here to duke it out to see which team is the best to on to playoffs this week. Card Gamer, I am super.
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting night. Obviously, every time Aegis rolls around, the last week before the playoffs is going to be one of the biggest and most exciting weeks to be watching, because half of the teams are going to get cut tonight. A lot of people have been playing really hard, have been spending a lot of time trying to refine lineups, work on theory, figure out what's the safest way, what has the highest reward. And seeing how it pays off tonight is going to be really, really exciting. You want to tell the folks about who we have on the docket tonight?
So on the docket for our first match, we have Aegis Ascended, consisting of, we have Real Prism Sword, Sleepy Punda, and ABG Tie Guy. And for the other team, we have Misfortune's Powder Monkeys featuring Majin Bay, Monte Cristo, and Y Rebellion tonight.
Yeah, so that's certainly going to be a very exciting matchup. It's really do or die time for Misfortune's Powder Monkeys. They are trailing in their division. They really need to win every set tonight to have a chance to make it into the playoffs. And on the other side of the table, Aegis Ascended are sitting pretty. They are 3-0. They're leading the division. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe any one set win tonight should put them into playoffs.
Yeah, it actually should put them in.
So in a very good position, just needing to get one win. What I can say about Aegis Ascended's position, though, is every week you play 3 sets, which means one of the weeks you get 2 first picks, and one of the weeks you get 2 second picks. So the fact that Azir's Ascended has 2 second picks, it is definitely punishing, but the fact they only need to get 1 win gives them a lot of wiggle room. On the flip side, the Powder Monkeys do have 2 first picks, which does give them that leeway to get those wins that they need. And they also have the first pick against Azir's Ascended, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Now, let's move on to our deck stats for the card gamer. Tonight, by no surprise, we have pretty much 15 people that brought Nyla Janna and 14 people that brought Seraphine Set today.
Honestly, the bigger surprise is it's not 16 Nyla Jannas, considering that's as many as you can bring. I'm sure if we go looking, as you see 16 Jannas, we'll find 1 Janna Teemo down there. But yeah, Janna is a very, very good card, and considering it's open weekend, you should play Janna tomorrow.
But 14 people bringing Seraphine Set coming out of nowhere. Like last week, we saw a lot of mid-range Janna, Nyla, Shen, Jarvan, and Scouts pretty much.
Yeah. The Seraphine Set coming out definitely makes sense as a reaction to the meta just being very mid-range focused, just thinking what's good against mid-range. Well, recalls are pretty good, stuns are pretty good, obliterate is pretty good, and the best way to play that is in a set package, and Seraphine's a pretty reasonable card. So going in that direction makes a lot of sense. The deck is very flat, it's pretty safe into most things, and then when you further look into kind of the player base of Aegis, it's definitely more slanted to the spell type of players, which really prefer these Seraphine type of decks. So you probably won't see quite as much this weekend, but definitely a deck with a lot of representation going into this weekend and very strong.
Alrighty, let us move in our first deck list for tonight. We're going to go on to list. First deck, we have one of your favorite decks and one of my favorite decks, Annie Jhin. Why don't you start us off with this?
Yeah, so Annie Jhin is going to be a deck that looks pretty similar in most iterations. You know, you're going to have 30 cards that are about the same, which you'll see in every deck. Your Annies, your Jhins, your 1-drops, your stun cards that are good, Pirouette, Fervor, all that good stuff. How we elected to fill out the rest of the deck, though, Sleepy Punda went for the Witness and Mana Soul package, just really trying to punish mid-range, and then electing for 1 Ravenborn Tome. The Ravenborn Tome is a very fun card to see play out in Jhin. It has this insane snowball potential to do absolutely disgusting things, just flipping Annie incredibly fast, having Jhin wipe out entire boards, stun 2 things in 1 action with the Jhin. Very, very powerful interactions. And it's going to be very fun to see if Sleepy Punda can hit those mid-range matchups.
One thing I want to touch up on this deck, and you and I have had this conversation before, but about Ravenborn Tome. How do you feel about this one?
The Raven, like I was mentioning, it's a very powerful card. The payoff for Ravenborn Tome is extremely high, but Annie Jhin is a deck that's very, very tight on mana. Annie Jhin is a deck that wants to have essentially won the game on turn 5 or 6. A lot of the times it doesn't want to be using the board after turn 6, maybe turn 7 if you're attacking with odds and get a Tibbers. But because of that, if you use mana on a Ravenborn Tome and that unit doesn't accomplish its goal of what you need to do with the Tome, it's very punishing. That being said, if you get the Tome to resolve, it just wins the game on the spot. So it's a very high risk, high reward card, and when you have 1 spot to fill out the deck with, it can definitely make sense to fill it in with a card like this.
A lot of the times I see people like putting it either just on Annie or Jhin all the time just to be able to get up, just to be able to turbo flip that Annie.
Mm-hmm. Definitely very powerful for those things. Just a very high payoff card, but like I was saying, if the unit that it's put on dies, that's just so much mana invested in a deck that has so little mana to use.
Yeah. And on to our second deck, we have Emo Nar Bandle Swarm, or mainly Yordle Swarm.
Yeah.
We have the recently buffed Yordle Explorer card, which is now a 2/3 that grants every Yordle summoned 1/1/0, which I think is actually really strong for this card.
Yeah, it's definitely very strong. the meta is a bit weak to aggro. A lot of the aggro strategies traditionally in the game have been nerfed, and because of that, people have been transitioning to decks like Shen and decks like Ashe that we saw a lot of last week, which have a weakness against just going wide and constantly refilling and pressuring the board, which is what this Papyro pile, this Yorl Explorer Papyro pile, is very effective at doing. It just has plenty of refill. All of its units essentially make more units and more cards. It has buffs through the Explorer and the Papyro. It has over the top with Fervor and Vandal Tailstones. It's just a very effective deck at going around decks that can only play one card per turn.
Yeah, I just love the one of inclusion Treasure Trash. I think that's very spicy.
Oh yeah, certainly a fun card to see. I know definitely some Treasure Trash lovers in the community. Hopefully we get to see it come out tonight. And yeah, this Papyro deck is very interesting. Big shout out to community member Skathis, who definitely was pushing it this season on the ladder. Probably the inspiration for Punda bringing it tonight.
I also want to give a quick shout out to Runeterra AR for providing these amazing graphics for us. If you like any of these decks on the screen, there is a QR code in the bottom left hand. Take out your phone, scan that, and it will import the deck or pull up the deck for you to import straight into the. Moving on to the third deck of the night, we have Kennen Jinx, a big throwback. We saw this a lot last week. ABI guy playing. It's just your standard Jinx back Yordle aggro deck. As many or fill up the board as fast as possible. Get your mech Yordles online. Be able to just clean up the entire game with off the.
You say this is a standard looking deck, but I'm thinking this version's looking a little spicy. If you take a look at how this version's actually ratioed, we are very heavy on playing cards that generate mechas, 3 Squeaker, 2 Arena Promoter, 3 Scrap Heap, which is going to give us access to these really powerful mecha threats, which one, have a lot more staying power against the more control focused decks. If you have to play into a Seraphine set style matchup, it's going to be very effective. But 2, we're also playing cards like Miriam and these cards that discard cards, which can actually enable some interesting quick Jinx flips. When you look at the cost of the deck and only playing 1 wrench, just giving the out to value game plan sometimes, not going for the 3 wrench like we used to use back in the day, where you kind of just, you had these wrenches, you know, they would pay off any debt you needed, and you just couldn't flip a Jinx sometimes. There were so many. So definitely trying to avoid that. A very interesting list, I would say, and excited to see how it plays out.
And we finally found out who this opponent is going to be, and it's going to be the man, the myth, the legend, by Rebellion, with bringing Nyla Jana with you today. Why don't you take this one away, Card Gamer?
Yeah, so this is looking like a version of Nyla Jana that not a lot of people are going to be expecting. I think at this point, Temple is kind of seen as the default version of the deck. That being said, I do like this take by Rebellion. I think that the Tide Dancer can be a very powerful card. I think it's a nice one of inclusion. I really like Vic Rash, which is a card that's been cut in the Temple versions. And I think the Tidal Invocation can be really cute. The ping is useful, getting the body down is really useful. And the Shell Shocker as well can have some really interesting and cute applications with how it's allowed to pressure and leave mana up for certain spots, because the mana is just so tight and so valuable in this deck.
I loved how recently, I don't know if it was really recent, a lot of people are now picking up on our Wizened Talisman.
Yeah.
It's just like, I just love the inclusion of it. Just be able to recycle your Howling Gales, your Eye of the Storms, your Divine World, stuff to be able to get there to the.
Yeah, one of the nice things about the card too is he's so versatile. He's going to be able to give you removal or gas, considering the pool you're going to have access to regularly is going to be the three Janna spells you see at the top: the Gale, the Eye of the Storm, and the Whirlwind. And then additionally the Slipstream that Vikrash and Nyla create. So you get a good mix of interaction or draw, and the other thing that can make it really tricky for your opponent is not only do you have these 0 mana cards that are really powerful, they're not fleeting, and your opponent doesn't know which ones you took, so it can be really difficult for your opponent to properly play around them. You also played a 7 mana card this turn already, and you generated value, so you can also take really good passes on your opponent. It's definitely a really powerful card, especially if you can understand what cards are the most important, and you can kind of take some cheeky passes on your opponent.
And moving on to Rebellion's second deck of the night, we have Karma, Set, Seraphine. Just pretty much. I to be honest, I hate this deck. I hate every single Karma deck. I hate Karma is like the bane of my existence. Every time I see Karma, I just like I'm like wondering how am I gonna get to the finish line here. Especially with now Karma Set has this great card called Sunken Temple to be able to cycle your entire hand and redraw a brand new hand at a reduced cost as well.
This is the most hater deck list I've seen of all time. Like, my man built this deck without a win con. My man said, I'm going to make you surrender. That's how we're winning this game. Anyways, talking about the deck itself, like Hirsch was saying, this Seraphine set, Karma set, Seraphine's kind of baby Karma, Value Champ set, Ionia, PZ, is a very powerful combination. It has some pretty sturdy tools in the mid game to try and stabilize. Set is a monster on the board in the mid game, and when he starts generating showstoppers, it's really hard to hold control of the board. You have bounces and palms, which are really effective at shutting down attack tokens. And then you also have P and Z removal to deal with small threats, which then just makes it really hard for certain decks to close the game, and then you just get trounce in value in the late game. So it can be, like Hirsch was saying, a very frustrating deck to play against. This version, like I said, has no win con. It is on 3 Temple, and it has 1 Karma, so it's really just playing hard on the outvalue game plan, just eventually generating a win con, or decking your opponent out, or making them surrender even. I'm guessing just saying that some of the mid-range matchups we want to be beating, the margins are really tight, and drawing a cat is really, it can be game losing. So if you think about a matchup like Scouts per se, if you draw a cat early on, it's going to be game losing, and the way you win that matchup is just by grinding them out anyways, right? So if you come through it with a lens like that, it can make sense why you would cut that out to win games on the margin, especially when you're not playing into as much jank as you would see in ladder.
Moving on to Fire Rebellion's final deck, we have Emo Yumi, another deck that's that's recently re-emerged. Even Officer Nerf came through with being changed 1/2 now instead of a 2/1. How do we feel about this deck?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Yumi and Teemo, unironically, are like top 5 champs in Standard. Teemo, just period. Yumi, it's kind of because of the meta. So like putting them together in a deck makes sense. Elusives are hard to interact with. It looks like we have a pretty standard list from Y Rebellion. The one of Signposts is cute. It can definitely get some value. I don't think it's something I would run into an open field necessarily. So I'm really curious as to what matchups that was included for and what the thought process was on it. And if he's happy that he has it in his deck. Because cutting that Eye of the Storm or another burn spell can be really, really punishing. But when the signposts hit, that's almost better than any other card you could put in your deck. So it'll be interesting to see if the payoff is there.
And moving on to one of my favorite parts of the night, we have predictions, Card Gamer. Who are you? Let's see what everybody is predicting for mates. And we have me predicting MS Powder Monkeys, you and the community predicting Tears Ascended, with Red also agreeing with me that MS Powder Monkeys this is do or die. They put in Majin Bey. This is Red was saying that this is his main character arc. This is their chance to come back now.
Yeah, it was really close for me. I was really split. I was going back and forth on who I wanted to put ahead. But like I mentioned a little bit earlier, the Powder Monkeys have first pick. And that's a really big thing you want to be exploiting. And when we look at Azir's Ascended lineups, I think Sleepy Punda in particular has the lineup with the aggro that you really need to try and be exploiting with the fact that you have first pick, because it's really only built to beat mid-range, and it's just generally really weak to Seraphine and Janna. But everyone had a third deck that's a little bit weak to aggro. So I think if Punda can get the 2-0 on the elusives or steal one versus the other decks, I think it goes Azir's way. And I'm really excited to see if that happens.
Yeah, I mean, so let's get right up on into this now. Like I said, we have Wire Rebellion versus Sleepy Pandas. We see the full matchups on. What decks are we thinking that each player is going to be?
So, as someone who has experimented with the Punda lineup, who wants to play Jin and Kennen Jinx tomorrow, but would probably prefer winning instead, so will probably abstain, I would ban the John and Nyla in this spot. It's just too hard to deal with. There's some hands against Seraphine that I feel like are a bit weaker, even though it is pretty annoying that they don't have to play into your stun package as Jin Annie. The way that you built your Jinx Kennen list with the extra mechas should give you a bit more game against that Seraphine deck. But the main thing is we have this elusives up to 2-0 as Punda.
Like as an aggro player as well, I don't know how I would feel about this Karma set Seraphine, even though it doesn't even have a one for us to really worry about. I feel like aggro can still get through it, but still it is a scary deck for us. Well, it will be a little bit difficult. It can go either way, because like Janna Nyla is also it can go either way as well, right? Aggro can just basically get there to the finish.
Well, it can go either way, but I wouldn't say it goes that way for aggro very often against Janna Nyla. Definitely can a bit more against Seraphine, I'd say, though. Because, like, Seraphine does have the tools to answer you, the Caustic Rifts and their Rocket Barrages, but they're a lot more limited on that, and their deck's a lot clunkier compared to Janna Nyla. So you do get a bit more fair out, even though Karma, Seraphine, they have a lot of healing, which John and Nyla doesn't. But if you look at the clunkiness, how fast they get on board, I think Punda would hedge towards banning Janna, but it makes a lot of sense either way, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Good thing is I get to see the players' bans before you, so it happens to be that Karma set Seraphine is what has banned. And also for Y Rebellion, he decided that he is going to be banning Kennen as well.
Mm-hmm. When you consider your opponent's going to be banning the Jinx Kennen, I think the bans like this make a lot more sense with how the fact that the Seraphine deck isn't going to play into your stuns from Jin, which is really problematic. Jin is so powerful because it's this stun combo aggro style of deck. And when your opponent can avoid that, it's really problematic. And then the other thing is, the health points on the Azurals are kind of annoying for John and Nyla to deal with, and the pings are really nice for alleviating the pressure of the Mariners that come out from John and Nyla.
I feel like isn't like this Paro Yordle Swarm deck like a lot scarier for this lineup to really deal with?
I think it's close, right? They don't have quite the same amount of over the top, but the ability for this deck to get on the ground, I guess, like, so we all know Jinx Kennen, right? We played against that one a bit recently and a couple standards ago. We saw it last week. It definitely has the ability to one drop, get on the ground, use some chompers to put pressure on you. But the way that Yordle Explorer and Popero work with all of these early drops and like Mayor combined, discount units combined, it has the ability to have these more like discard aggro vision starts, which are really, really scary for some of these decks. Yeah. That being said, the way it has reach isn't exactly the same. When you look at the decks, you have one Bandle Telstone, you have a few Fervors, you have the Pokies and Armakes, you have the Team Mushrooms. But this Jinx Kennen deck, it's burn up and down. You got 12 burn spells in there. But hopping into game, we have Annie Jin versus Janna Nyla. So, this is going to be a very tricky matchup to navigate from the Annie Jin side, as your opponent has efficient removal to deal with you, and they have the ability to get on the board repeatedly.
It's also going to be a really slow start since we weren't able to draw a 1-drop. That's just slowing us down at least. Having the no 1-drop start is really sad. That being said, having a hand that can go double stun on 4 is very powerful potentially, especially when your opponents have played units on the board. It's just going to be very important to get a play this turn, which Punda did. It is a bit slow, but having a double stun on 4 and playing for stuns potentially again on 6 gives him some strong lines. That being said, Janna is also in a very reasonable position right now, has the Miriam to cycle the hand if they like, or can just take it slow because they are playing against aggro. Looks like we are going to play them here just a cycle to updraft 1, and we get a Mariner.
This hand from Janna Nyla really looking for a draw 2 effect, a Janna Eye, really something to get these Mariners out of hand, and everything will start flowing.
I want to point out the fact that Amanda decided not to eat Avenging Gaia straight, but she just decided to just play it just up as it is.
Yeah, I really like this line actually, recognizing that he's never going to have the mana to play this as a deny. We don't have a Jhin in hand, so there isn't really anything that's very high value to deny. It's just a lot better to have this as a 3/3 so we can play this very high pressure turn 4 to really disincentivize Janna attacks. Granted, Punda doesn't have the caster vision, he doesn't know about no Janna, but I really like this play. It's very heads up and trying to take advantage of not the best hand and not the best matchup.
We see the title invocation down just to be stop this stage hand from being.
And then just electing to play the Mariner, wanting to trade with the 3/3, seeing how it's very problematic. And then I'm guessing this 1/1's probably just going to act as a heal 4. And then, okay, Punda electing not to swing makes a lot of sense. Saying this 3/1 can die to Pirouette, or it can die to this 2/2, and I need to get more value out of my units, which makes a lot of sense with this hand. That being said, while Punda doesn't seem to be in the best position, I don't think the Janna player is particularly happy either. Like we were kind of mentioning earlier, their hand is really looking for draw 2 to play, and the fact that they elected to play the 3/1 last turn to try and have the good block into the 3/3 means it's 1 turn slower of getting the slipstream in the deck, which could be really punishing, especially because this Annie Jhin list is on multiple experimenters, or if we get a Jhin level, those cards really have the potential to randomly steal games away from this deck without any healing.
And we see a Rebellion just being board here, or pretty much almost a full board here, being able to swing in with both, pretty much the whole entire board right now, actually.
Yeah, definitely applying a lot of pressure. The quick attack units, I'm imagining, aren't going to get blocked. The elusive obviously can't get blocked, and then electing to keep the 3/2 alive, saying we want to just stun out this 2/3, and that's how we're going to apply pressure this next turn, because the 2/3 can be a very annoying unit for this board. And ooh, what a beautiful draw. I would imagine that's a next turn type of play, electing to use the Fervor and the stun this turn because they're high value cards. It looks like we agree. I really like this line by Punda, and like I was saying about the draw 2, Punda might be able to steal away this game somehow, because this Janna Nyla just never was able to hit their draw 2.
It's looking like it's still like anybody's game at this point right now.
Yeah, it's definitely going to come down to the wire. The experimenter is huge, but if you've been tracking the slipstream, it should be in one of the next 4 cards. There's also a good chance to hit a card like Eye of the Storm. or even another Miriam, where cycling this Gale is probably decently valuable. So there are a lot of good draws to really give us life in this game. Not to mention the Elefante, as you talked about earlier, how much you love that card. It definitely would be a very strong draw off the top.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking at why Rebellion actually wants out this Master Lookout, trying to see if actually still get the value out of it.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about, right, with the draw too. Just considering, can I keep this Master Lookout alive? If I keep this Master Lookout alive, and I have this Elusive alive, I get Brash, it can hit face, that's 5, Rowan goes face, they're on 1, and it makes a lot of sense why this is such a hard decision. And I'm sure why Rebellion's a very strong player, tracking the slipstreams, just really trying to consider his odds. What are the chances I had a slipstream? What are the chances I had an Eye of the Storm? These are really important questions that really change what you should be doing in this position. And a really heads-up play there by Punda, electing to kill the Elusive with the Fervor, just saying, I'm not going to die because I have this Augmented Experimenter and I can actually grind with you.
Yeah, he's getting actually a really good hand read.
Oh, and the slipstream off the top.
And we find a double Nyla too. I mean, the second Nyla is not really going to get any value right now.
Well,
actually, I forgot about that. I forgot Experimenter did 3.
Yeah, and thank you Productions showing us the Nyla at 10 of 16. We'll be leveling up soon. I imagine this Gale comes down so Nyla can get in. This damage is very valuable. Getting another Slipstream, so valuable as well. We saw how powerful that last one was.
Actually really rough for Panda. He got 2 Mana Soul students off of this Augmented Experimenter. It's not really going to be doing him a lot of justice right now, especially now he's drawing his 1 of Raven Tome. Well,
this 1 of Ravenborn Tome might not be too bad. It might be able to get us there, right? Because so we put down these clowns, right? These fellas. We're gonna put the tome on something. Yeah, we put it here. Are we full swinging? Yeah, okay. Full swing. I wasn't able to do the math fast enough to know if this is right. This might be right. I'm gonna trust it's right because Punda is a gamer. So we put them down to 6. Okay, upon inspecting this board after the swing, I think we are dead. And Monte Cristo coming up big with the 2-0.
Oh man.
Taking down Tie Guy.
Huge for him. That's actually huge for Powder Panda. And we see Why Rebellion coming up with the first win of this match as well.
Yeah. At the end of the day, though, if you're Punda, it's kind of to be expected. You bring in this lineup, you say, okay, if I hit someone that's playing John and Nyla and Seraphine set, I'm probably going to lose 1 game, but I can 2-0 the last deck. Unless that deck is Scouts, then we're just sad. But we have Elusives to take down. So Punda just has to rally back and look for a good hand. And this looks like a pretty good hand for the Jhin player.
Yeah, this is actually really nice.
It'll be interesting to see what token he's on, because this hand is a lot better on the odds attack token, actually, as the Jhin player, because of how Jhin fits into the curve. And it looks like we are in evens. Not to say this is a bad hand, but the Jhin is a little bit more awkward in this hand. He's just going to function as burn usually. But having an opener like this against Elusives, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty happy about this too. Just play our Tusk Speaker and go to town right now.
Yeah, likely going to be the Tusk Speaker for efficiency reasons. Yeah. I like how this is going. Big fan, big fan. And it'll be interesting to see the response on the side of Why Rebellion if he elects to go with a skip to try and get hand information, or if he's just going to try and slam the high statted unit that can generate pranks to try and race. And yeah, looks like we're going for pranks. And looks like we're going to trade as well. Just valuing keeping the board small and not wanting to give too much value to the stuns, I'm guessing.
I don't know if made alive and just be able to just out of the board and make sleep a lot more expensive. Or just like the Sting Officer just gets a lot of value just to be the next one.
Yeah. He could be going for playing like the Sting Officer to clear the X1s, right? That's why he's traded off the 3-2. The 2-1 with the 3-2, or he could be going for something like the Octo Adventurer, because it's going to be really annoying for these 0-2s to come in. But the thing is, as the Jhin player, and Punda, that's my guy, you know he's a good Jhin player, you're going to be looking for a stun on this turn, and when it's the Sunhawk, you're always starting, so you're not going to get the value out of this 1-4 like you wanted. So yeah, as the Jhin player, as Jhin, we're not playing Jhin this turn, because you want to... Like I was saying, you want to be done with the board by 5 or 6 generally, which means on turn 4 is our best stun turn. So stun, 1-drop this turn from Punda is an extremely high tempo play. It's a little bit sad Andy doesn't get to see these triggers, but at the end of the day, this stun's too good to pass up.
It's absolutely massive.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine we're going to see this. Oh, I thought we were going to see Skip come down. Maybe now is a good time to skip.
Yeah, potentially could skip to try and take the 1-drop away for 1 turn, but the problem with skip on this board is that if he blocks, the card is just going right back to hand, so it's not really going to deny anything long term. That being said, denying this Legion Saboteur for 1 attack does do a lot to take the pressure off you, but it's going to be really a tough spot for Y Rebellion to fight his way out of. He does have the healing, he does have a lot of burn to try and maybe get through 1 more token and then like win on his opponent's final attack, but it's going to be really tight to get there. He's definitely on the back foot.
Yeah, like has to at least hit a flash bomb on this.
I don't think we planted flash bombs. I don't think it ever hit.
Actually, no. Yeah, you're right. We didn't hit.
Yeah. We needed to generate a flash bomb in deck, manifest one in the opponent's deck.
Exactly. No swinging, just play bomb or flash bomb. We see the Y Rebellion being able to swing his Acorn, his Octo, and his 2-2 as well. Augmented Clockling as well. Able to discount this blowback.
Just trying to push any damage he can.
Not the best, like, but I don't think it's really gonna a whole lot because I think we're just swinging for lead.
Yeah, and he flip, and I think this is gonna be lethal. I don't think there's anything that our opponent can do about it because and flip, Jhin flip, beautiful sequencing. We get the deal 4 from Jhin, and yeah, I think this is lethal even through anything like. We could have opened Sunhawk, it would have stunned out 2 units, but yeah, we didn't even need to do that. Because this is 7 damage on the stack, yeah. Really, really nice game from Punda. Making me happy as a Jhin lover, and kind of showing what this deck's made to do, which is beat those 3rd decks in this Janata Seraphine core, and beat any mid-range deck.
Honestly, I just... So, like when the deck first came out, I was kind of on the fence about it, but like the more and more I got used to it, the more and more I just fell in love with the deck.
Once you understand Jhin, it's such a beautiful deck. It's one of my favorites, and Punda, it was a really clean game, a really solid game too. If you're looking to learn how to play Jhin, that's not a bad game to look for.
We're moving on to see Nordal Swarm. This is honestly going to be my first time. How this will. Well, we already see the 1-up treasure trash that's going to go away now. But honestly, we have a really strong start to Sleep.
We have a really strong start to both players' hands. So not only do we have elusives on the side of Punda, being able to stop some of the high pressure, high value elusives on the side of Y Rebellion, but on Y Rebellion, and we have the popper to buff the board, create value. But on Y Rebellion side, we have the Yuumi, which, if you haven't played this deck or played against it, Yuumi is one of the most powerful cards in the deck. The fact she can just buff your elusives so huge and be so hard to deal with, it just makes them so much more difficult to deal with than most decks can really feasibly handle.
Take the petty officer here, right?
I would imagine the Fey guide is maybe a bit too cute, and Trevor has some interesting applications, but I think our deck is a bit too small. I don't think we have the right payoff unless we end up like flipping an art to really make Trevor worth it. So yeah, I agree with the petty officer, and it looks like Punda does as well. And on the side of Why Rebellion, I'm guessing the decision here is, do we want to play Bird, and do we want to trade off on the Paparo and the 2-1? Ooh, 1-1 between Majin Bay and Prism Sword, getting close into the last game. Yeah, it looks like we are electing to go for the Bird. I really like this line. It ends up being a little bit weak into the group shot, but trying to trade into the Paparo and the Bird, and then playing probably a skip this turn, I would guess, into the Yumi was the idea. Unfortunately, the group shot's going to apply a lot of tempo, and it'll be interesting to see how Y Rebellion tries to fight out of it. It looks like...
Ooh, and skip hits the petty officer.
And I really like this. It seems really scary to leave the petty officer up because it's such a high tempo card, and it really is.
Yeah.
But the way that you need to win this game is through elusive beatdown, right? And that Bandle Commando stopping an attack is going to be really problematic.
And redrawing the one of Treasure Trash. I don't know if we're probably going to be able to even see it this game.
Ooh, Pirouette, a very powerful card. Especially if we can activate it this game, which maybe we can off of this next conch. If the opponent ever draws a X1 elusive, it's going to be extremely powerful at either shutting down an attack or forcing lethal.
Petty officer into egg? Just for this Pirouette to get...
Probably not, just because it's a bit soft into blowback and pie toss, right? Because in both of those cards they can stop the damage without giving up face damage. But it might end up being the best line. It just depends on how we actually have access to the attack token and being able to push damage. And looking like a pretty solid conch. If you get pie toss off a conch, you can never be too upset, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't either.
Now, I could see us potentially trying to go for, like a keg now that we have more cards to combo with the Pirouette, right? But it'll be interesting to see how we elect to actually go about it. And yeah, it looks like both players have 5 shrooms apiece. If this was Janra or Seraphine, that would matter a lot. But this game, it'll likely only be a couple damage. And yeah, looks like Punda agrees, just valuing the ability to go wide on board because the elusive deck doesn't like blocking, and they don't have a lot of units. So just going wide, applying a lot of pressure is really powerful.
Actually a really powerful right now, especially now that we're leaving up mana just to get rid of this team up with Yumi, the pie toss.
The pie toss and the group shot, so it's going to be really difficult for this unit to live, and we're threatening to kill off the Octodad, or the Octo Adventurer.
It's absolutely massive right now. Like this is just a huge tempo for Sleepy right now.
And I mean, he has near lethal. If one shroom hits, he has lethal. We have 2 burn in hand, decent chance that a shroom ends up hitting at some point. You know, we have an elusive back in hand to block again. We're wider than our opponent. We have a treasure trash in hand. It's looking like Punda will be able to sneak it out. And like I kind of predicted earlier, we do get one of our burn pieces now. It is a little bit harder, but there's the burn. It's coming.
we have lethal in hand too. Oh man, this is actually looking pretty rough for Y Rebellion right now.
Like, are you just gonna have to play a Yumi as a unit to be able to block down? Okay.
But
electing to try and go for the line that can push lethal. Maybe we draw a blowback, but this plays into the Pirouette. And yeah, it looks like Y Rebellion sees the writing on the walls. A really well-fought game by both players. I think the Janna Nyla play was really nice by Y Rebellion. Really tricky spots navigating that game without the draw twos, not getting baited and like holding these 3-1s in hand forever and just saying, I'm gonna lose too much health holding them and just playing them out. But unfortunately, this elusive deck is just a little bit too soft to aggro.
That Sleepy Panda takes the win for Azir's Ascended.
Did we ever find out what happened in the end of the Majin Prism Sword game? Because
I think it is still going on. Try to jump into that match.
oh man,
Right now.
I'd love to see the end of that one. Because this is a huge set for Misfortune's Powder Monkeys. And Y Rebellion, he got close. He really gave it a good shot. The elusive deck is just so hard in these matchups. But Monty came up big, so if Majin can do it big, these guys are still in it. They're still fighting for their lives. The chance to come and play again next week.
This squared away real quick so we pop into the next match here. See that Majin Bay is currently playing Jarvan Shen into Janna Nyla right now with a flipped Jarvan on board.
Mm-hmm. Majin with the power of Ionia. That is a good start. That being said, this hand is looking really tough for Majin to fight through. He does have the Jarvan flipped. The Cataclysm will generate a barrier if he goes to combat. But we do have this Mystic Shot to throw in the Jarvan before he even goes to combat. And we have the Maker Rain to try and snipe off the barrier in combat. So Majin's going to need a very specific hand to be able to fight out of this. A combat trick to start is going to be very valuable.
While we wait,
the Mystic.
Wait for a second. In the hand of Majin Bay, we have Form Up, Sign In, and a Spirit Refuge as well, so we do have the protection to be able to survive this.
Okay, and electing to go for the Mystic to pop the barrier instead. I'm guessing this way is they're trying to play a bit around the refuge, because they're thinking if they Mystic Jarvan and then the Jarvan refuge is there, and then Jarvan goes to combat and gets the barrier, and then the Maker Rain doesn't hit, you're in a really bad spot. Whereas in this spot, if the Jarvan just doesn't heal up a million, you're probably grinding them. And from that standpoint, it makes a lot of sense to go for a line like this.
Majin Bay not opting not to play the Form Up right now. Actually, very interesting.
Mm-hmm. It makes some sense from the side of Majin. Just electing and valuing playing the sign in this turn. Just saying, I need more cards, I need to get value, I need to do things that matter. And we're going to try and line up for blocks on the side of Majin. You have the sign-in buff, so you're probably feeling pretty solid, but I'm imagining Prism Sword's going to elect to use the Eye some way to try and swing some trades into his favor and start to kind of hold the game ahead next turn with the combined with the Wise and Helmsman. Maybe electing to just use a Maker Rain instead with how the blocks line up, considering we are going to have a lot of X1s left over. Okay, and it looks like we're going for the burnout plan. Definitely makes some sense. The Helmsman is going to do a lot to generate some draw to get burn, generate some burn himself, and make a rain in hand. But things are getting down to the wire. We also have a lot of health on the side of Prism Sword to survive a turn or two, because as we see, the Shen is not leveled.
Absolutely.
It doesn't look as bad as you think it does, because yes, Prism Sword is... Oh, well. If we can remove this 5-1, it's not too bad for Prism Sword. Yes, he's really behind on board, but if they don't get the biggest lifesteal swing off right, and we can push a little bit of damage, we're really close to burning out. And this elephant is really, really valuable this turn in terms of being able to generate the draw or generate the burn to actually get us over the edge, because we're quite close. And if this 5-1 dies, really Majin can heal up to 13 at most, but he can't do that this turn. He can heal up like 4 most this turn. So things are getting tight. It's definitely really close on both sides, a nail biter for sure.
I think we're actually going to...
And this definitely makes some sense. Your Green Glade is a very powerful card. We were talking a bit about applying pressure and applying clock, and Majin recognizes he's really low. This game is scary. Jana can draw a million cards out of nowhere, and I want to get out of this game. Not just for this aspect of if this game goes on too long, it's really scary of Jana finding a way to win. So I really like saving your win con and trying to put the pressure on, being able to really just, get a win next turn.
It is risky, but take this risk of just lock this.
That is a line, but I really like the line that Prism Sword is going for here. So if you see what he's going for, this is both players kind of recognizing the reality of the situation and saying, we need to end this game fast. Prism Sword's taking out the elusive unit. I'm assuming we're going to go for Wizened Helmsman and look for double draw or draw and burn. And just try and find the elusive and then just try and push over the top. So it looks like we haven't played any Divine Whirlwinds since we weren't offered any. So it looks like we went for Gale and draw. So we're going to clean up the board a little bit. Then I'm guessing we're going to use this draw next turn to try and gas into our elusive, gas into our Divine Whirlwinds, and get that bit of reach over the top. Nyla works as well. That is a deal too. Well, Nyla only kind of works because it does give them the opportunity to play Refuge, which is really scary.
Hey, which way to spiritual fulfillment?
Yeah, and all of a sudden we're now developing a word with now answering with
Fresh start. Just looking for a
So, I think... Oh, it's really hard. Both players have a lot of play in this spot. I think either player can find a way to steal or to have this game slip away just based on how these next few action goes. And the timer is getting tight. This is a really tricky spot for both players because there's so much hidden information on both sides. And there's some really key cards like the healing on Majin's side, as well as Majin's ability to present a lethal or just completely take over the board next turn if he gets his attack. But the burn in hand and the brush are really problematic on the side of Prism Sword.
Don't be nervous, face me.
So Majin's just trying to figure out what's the best way to make sure that this Nyla can't be a problem and hit. And just being really respectful passing, recognizing we have the same width I can block down. And now it has to make a decision on how we're going to play around this. We kind of have two decisions, it seems, to either let this go or to protect with a barrier.
United.
You could play United, but when you play United, it taps you out a lot of mana. So when you play Stand United, you're only left with one spell left this turn, which granted might be correct, but I'm not sure. It's a very tough call.
Ooh.
And he hits the
That's
Make
actually
It
a
Rain.
nasty hit.
What a beautiful Make It Rain. A 2-1. Oh, I think that's the best. Well, yeah, I think that's the best Make It Rain you could have hit. Wow. There is a Refuge from the side of Majin. So if you play Refuge this turn, you have to block Nyla. You Refuge on Nyla. You heal up to 7. You take 6. You heal up to 8. You take 6. You take 8. And you're dead.
Oh, that's lethal.
And it's exact. What an insane
Wow.
game. So close.
Absolutely massive.
Yeah, a huge win from Prism Sword and a very good try by Majin. And just, unfortunately, not quite getting there in a very tricky matchup. Shen J4 just getting a little bit bullied by these PNZ decks by Prism Sword. Just not the easiest matchup for these decks. When you have the ability to really pressure their 3-1s and their 1-2s and to devalue the barriers, the Shen Jarvan deck is just not very happy.
That Make It Rain was actually game winning.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's so hard to figure out what was going to happen this turn because it really came down to Make It Rain RNG. If that Make It Rain hit just a bit different, I'm pretty sure Majin just solidifies that game with the refuge hit from the Caretaker. Or having to use the Mystic on the Caretaker can let Majin grind that game out. Just a very close, very exciting game. And wow, I hope we get more like that tonight.
Yeah, so we see that Azir's Ascendant actually takes away that.
Mm-hmm. And I think with that, that should lock up our first team in playoffs with Azir's Ascended.
Because they're over right now.
Mm-hmm. Really strong showing from them. Really strong group of players. I think it's a team that was a little bit easy for people to overrate at the beginning of the season if you weren't super in the know with the community, because these aren't like the biggest name players. But when you interact with these players, you'll recognize that they're all very strong. I haven't had the most interactions with Taigai and Prism Sword, but from what I have had, they seem to be, when they're not playing the craziest Targon piles known to man, abominations to Targon themselves. I'm just kidding. When they're not going too crazy with the deck list, I think these guys are insane players, and they're really showing it this tournament, and Taigai especially in the past couple of opens. And then Spids and Punda are players I've worked with more, and I think the way that they try and think about the game and ask questions to themselves is just, it makes me want to like play the game and like step up my game the way like they go about it. And I think seeing that in a player is just, it's great to see, and it makes you think that these players are, you know, going to be the best one day. So definitely a strong team.
And with that, we are going to quick break. I fixed my and we will be back with our next set, so stay tuned. We'll be right back moment. Welcome back, everybody, to Aegis Esports Draft League. Final week of regular season. We just got done watching a banger of a first set, Card Gamer. Why don't you give us a recap for the people that are just tuning in right now? What happened?
Yeah, so if you guys missed it, we had an extremely close set. We had, it was, I believe, 4-4 at the end of things. We had Misfortune's Powder Monkeys versus Years Ascended. Everything coming down to the wire. A couple 2-1s, 1-2-0, and just in a really tight set. If you guys want to see some of that action, go and check out Voyage's YouTube channel. I'm sure that game will be up there. Or, check the Aegis Esports VOD later tonight. Some really great action that went on just a little bit earlier. But speaking of great action, what do we have up next, Hirsch?
We have Trundle's Trolls taking on Lee Sin's Dragons, and so far I see some banger matchups, and the matchup that we're going to be following is Tunnel Shark versus Drizzoth today.
Yeah, so this is going to be a really fun matchup. I'm sure everyone knows Drizzoth by now. If you haven't read one of his articles or seen some of his stat stuff, you've probably seen him on ladder, or maybe you've seen him in a tournament that Riot Games streams on their YouTube channel, like they're going to do on Sunday, called like the World Qualifier Open, where he might have won one a couple, like a few months ago, something like that. So you might know this guy. But this Tunnel Shark guy, he's pretty cool. He's been around the scene for a little bit. He's you could call him a bit of a memer, a bit of a funny guy, a little bit of a quirky character. And he picked this team, a pretty interesting team, and he picked his lineup, which is a pretty interesting lineup, and that's why we're watching him tonight. So it should be a fun one.
Yeah, one of the way I know Drizzoth is by his most famous quote. Do you know what his most famous quote is, Card Gamer?
No, could you inform us, Hirsch?
Just play good decks.
Mm-hmm. So
Such
when you say just play good decks, you mean things like Yuumi Poro King and Mono Udira Adakon and Jax Orn, right?
Absolutely, dude. Adakon is a good card. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's
These changes
Noxus
are
WinCon.
Exactly. See, you see the line.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's get on into these decks. First up, we have Tunnel Shark's list. We have Yuumi Poro King, a deck that's actually been terrorizing ladder a little bit here, and we see that some of the cards that there's so many Poros in this deck that it gets cut off.
I've done a bit of research. I've played a bit of Poro King. You could call me a bit of a Poro King theorist myself, okay? So I will take everyone through this deck tonight. And the Poro King is a pretty solid deck, actually, all things considered. It gets on the board pretty effectively. It takes a little bit to skill up. It's pretty low tempo in the beginning, but if you can stabilize to the 6, 7, 8 turn, you can get there without taking too much damage. You just set up these boards that cannot be broken through. With cards like Sunburst and the Hushes, it can be pretty hard to attack your board. Cards like Yuumi are really effective against the mid-range decks. And with the Poro King buff to the special snacks when he flips, you get your minimums to really start going off and getting on board properly a lot quicker. Besides the Hush and the Yuumi in Targon, it's cut off so you can't see it. We also get access to Zolani, Big Zolani, the one that everyone probably loves and remembers from Siren Song, which flips pretty fast with some Poros and is a really solid alternate win condition to the Poro King.
Yeah, for sure. I love how we saw a lot of Zolani back in the Siren Song meta. Please bring it back one day. It was such a fun meta. I loved it. But just seeing Zolani coming back into a Poro King deck is actually really, really cool, and I love it. I'm here for it.
If you love that deck, I'm sure you'll enjoy Poro King tonight. But moving on to something a bit more regular that people probably know a little bit, we have Jax Orn. Looking like a pretty standard list for the most part. You got your Sky Splitters, you got your Lures, your Fish Fights, you got all of your Weapon Master units that are decently statted, your Weaponsmith and your Omen Hawks to get your guys a little bit bigger, your Saurians to punch through. Just, all reliable. If you've been playing standard for the past 6 to 8 months, you've probably run into this deck.
Yeah, the only thing I see different about this deck is just the inclusion of Bellows Breath. A lot of people that play Jax Orn don't like Bellows Breath at all because it really, especially in the mid-range meta, if you're not going up against an aggro deck, Bellows Breath doesn't really do a whole lot for you.
Yeah, it's definitely a very situational card, and it's a lot more niche in a meta like this, but it certainly will get value in certain spots, and forging 2, just making a unit 2 bigger, can definitely be very valuable in some spots and is not to be something overlooked.
And moving on to the third deck, and I'm excited to see this one.
Yeah.
We have Udyr Otacon. I don't even know where to start with this one.
So this is the list most people probably haven't seen, and I haven't played this specific deck too much, but I've played some decks in this style, and really we're kind of just a She Who Wanders pile, and then the win con we elected to go for was Atacon. You have a couple other options when you play a deck like this. SI isn't very good right now. Usually you would play Feel the Rush like an Eternal, or, you know, any of you old school players probably remember Feel the Rush, to complement your She Who Wonders deck, and like your control package, ramp package that's effective. But we don't have Feel the Rush, so generally your options that people lean towards are Otacon, like Tunnel Shark is playing, or Asol, and just deciding to go with Otacon for, there could be a few reasons. I'm not going to pretend like I know them, but I'm sure he has some good reasons, so I will trust.
I really like the cute inclusion of Crimson Banquet Hall, just to be able to make these units even cheaper, just to be able to get them out on the board faster.
A really cute inclusion, just helping everything get a little bit going, and just recognizing any really big unit, it's worth it for it to come down a little bit faster at the expense of some health due to the nature of stances, or just how big these units are and how effective it is just to get them in play on their own. Sticking is a little bit less important.
Yep, and moving on to Drizost's lineup, we have Seraphine set, but with this one, do we have the win con? It doesn't look like we do.
No, we hate win conditions. Look, this is my problem with spell players, right? It's just like, why do we hate winning the game? Like, this deck is just, it exists to draw cards, and like incidentally we win the game, which is like, I guess so, man, but like, is this really the best way? Maybe it is. But
we don't.
I hate it.
We don't need to win the game. We just need to get to turn 10, and then after turn 10, we figure out what we're doing from there.
We don't need the game where we're going. Where we're going, turn 20.
We just need to get to turn 10, and that's when the real game begins. That's when we start playing the game.
Yes, sir.
Moving on to Drizost's second deck as well, we see Janna Nyla as well, but with the inclusion of Sunken Temple this time.
Yeah, so Sunken Temple is the more standard version you're going to see around. When people elect to play the Sunken Temple, they tend to devalue the slipstreams because of how the Sunken Temple is going to be shuffling your deck and how it's going to be giving you card advantage. So they cut out the Vikrosh because they also care a little bit less about the chip. The other thing that they tend to do in this list is they put in the gotchas, just a really powerful card when you play it for 2 mana, a really bad card when you play it for 4 mana, but how Temple works, you don't really ever need to play this card for 4 mana, you're always going to be cycling it and making it a very powerful card.
Yeah, and moving on to Drizost's final deck as well, we see Teemo, Yuumi pretty much looking almost card for card the same one that we just saw in the last round.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty standard. A lot of these decks are going to be pretty similar. You're going to see people do a little bit different things here and there. Like, if you look at Drizost's list, there's 2 main differences. I believe it's we're playing a Pie Toss instead of a Bandle Telstone, putting us on 2 Pie Toss, and then instead of electing for the Bandle Deny, the Puzzling Signpost, electing for the Divine Whirlwind, just a little bit of extra reach, and also when that Divine Whirlwind is able to remove a blocker and beat reach, it's just so good. Remove an elusive blocker, that is.
Yeah. And moving on to our predictions now, let us see who everybody is thinking is going to win tonight, Card Gamer. And wow, pretty much almost all down the line, we think that Lee Sin Dragons is going to be able to win, and the community thinks that Trundle's Trolls will win. Geez, say that 6 times fast.
Yeah, see, what the community didn't know that we knew is that in this group, last set, all of the teams that we didn't expect to win won. So we just flipped our vote before we went in here of what we were originally expecting. It's 3 million IQ. what you need to understand is that you may think Trundle Trolls are on top, Swain's Flock are on top, Lee Sin's Dragons, and Garen's Vanguards. They are coming for heads tonight, and they're gonna get some troll heads next, I think. But only one way to find out.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So let's get up on into this matchup draft. What do you think players are going to be? Oh, well, we already have the bans for the night. We're not even going to see Poro King Card Gamer.
No Poro King. No Poro King theory. Very unfortunate. But we will get to see the Otacon deck. Very exciting. And then from Drizoth's side, we get to see Janna and Seraphine. It makes a lot of sense from the side of Tunnel Shark. Just elusive decks are very difficult for these mid-range style decks that he brought to be able to deal with. They just go over you. You're not really able to interact with them efficiently and abuse how big and good your units are at going into combat.
Yeah. We're just waiting on we're waiting on the players to start their game.
Yeah. So, going into a matchup like this, generally, Janna and Nyla will have a little bit of trouble into the Jax Ornn. That being said, Drizoth came prepared. He has a couple heavy metals, which are going to be really powerful cards if he's able to find those in the matchup. Just the ability to remove a card like a Combat Cook or a Jax and take out the equipment as well is going to be really, really powerful. That being said, when it comes to the Udyr deck, the cards like She Who Wanders and the Otacons are going to be really difficult for Janna to deal with. Also, Udyr is going to get quite big and difficult to deal with. So if that deck gets to the late game, the Janna deck can definitely have some struggles, I imagine. That's kind of the goal of this lineup by Tunnel Shark, I would imagine, to be trying to bully on this Janna some. And looks like we'll get in game and see if that's able to happen as we're in turn 3 of this Janna matchup. And it looks like Drizoth kind of agreeing that I need to end this game fast. I want to push damage and just going for this Eye of the Dragon on the Monkey on turn 3 to push 5.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive. Just 5 damage quickly.
Yeah. So Drizoth's actually in a very, very strong position right now. He already pushed 5. He has a bunch of cards in hand. He's going into Janna this turn. It was able to cycle a couple of the lower value cards in his hand. And it's going to be impossible, really, with the caster vision we have, for Tunnel Shark to be able to remove this Janna this turn, which means that Drizoth is going to go into next turn with the discount, and he also has these Miriams that have the option to refill spell mana if he elects to. So he has the ability to play an extremely high tempo next turn, not only in progressing his Janna, but also applying pressure on board, which is going to be very important with Tunnel Shark ramping quickly and trying to play this Rond into Otacon combo, I imagine.
Yeah, we're only pushing 2 damage here. Was like this swing really worth it though?
I'm guessing just electing to put Janna into range of certain interaction. Like, I don't recall if we have an Avalanche specifically in this list, but it also puts Janna into the range of like the Scholarly Climber, right? To try and threaten the Janna next turn. Forcing removal on the Scholarly Climber, making the Janna delay their game plan in some sort of way is definitely beneficial to us as the deck who kind of just needs things to stall out. We're kind of just almost in She Who Wanders waiting room, I would imagine, as Tunnel Shark. Obviously, we don't have it in hand, so we're playing to this Otacon, but that's probably the ideal card in this matchup, I would imagine. Just obliterate every unit your opponent has, except the Elefante.
Yeah. I do love this hesitation from Drizoth from playing Sunken Temple right now, because we do know that Scholar had to pick up the landmark removal, right?
Yeah, just recognizing the Scholar probably has the landmark removal. And I'm imagining we go ahead and, Miriaming this temple. Like you said, recognizing this temple doesn't get value, kind of going off what I said, too, using this Miriam for this really, really high tempo play and just taking out this unit. So that being said, the one thing that is a little bit awkward for Drizoth going into his next turn is he isn't fueling as well as he would like to into his Jana draws to keep snowballing, but he does have these Miriams he's able to use. I don't believe he has the Slipstream in deck, but he does have the Pool Shark draw, and that Wizened Helmsman is going to be so fantastic. It's going to give us the ability to flip Jana. It's going to give us an Eye of the Storm if we would like to use that for the draw to keep us fueling. That'll also help us flip Jana because it's free, and then we'll have to take a Gale as the other card, but the tempo is so high, flipping this Jana, keeping everything rolling is so powerful. What an amazing draw.
Yeah.
And
We're not getting really a whole lot of value off of this Otacon unless it's 8/6 dies, right?
yeah, so it's interesting. I wonder if you would almost be willing to kill off your 8/6 just to get another one on the side of Tunnel Shark. Not exactly sure if that's the best way to use this Otacon and try and get more value out of him. Considering that the Rond itself is a play effect, not a summon effect, so the value is not that high from reviving him. Obviously an 8/6 is good, but you don't get the full value you would like of another discount.
We see Jana flipping, and Nyla is 3 cards away from flipping as well.
I rally the mighty wind.
Yeah, and a start like this from Drizoth, it's going to be really hard to see how we can steal this game away without drawing into a She Who Wanders. The ability to deny the temple is obviously powerful, but we're under so much pressure and our opponent has so much card draw even without the Sunken Temple.
Like this, it may not look it, but this Atacon is actually going to be getting really big next turn now.
That is true. The Otacon will be getting quite big. So we have an 8/6, we have an Otacon. So that will get to 28.
We're also playing our 2/3 as well. That actually is lethal right on the stack. Like there's no way that Drizoth can actually answer that, right?
Could we kill the Otacon ever?
Otacon has 12 HP, right?
Isn't it 10?
I haven't seen Otacon.
Is it 12 or 10?
I haven't seen Otacon hit play yet. I think he is 10.
I played him the first
Or
day
actually,
of the
no, I
patch.
think he is 12.
We can remove a 10 HP threat, I believe, because we have double.
Wind need not be seen.
Oh no, well he's 12 HP, so. Well,
Yeah, we don't have a.
he's 512, right? So we can remove the Rond, and we can remove. Well, we can remove the Rond, right? That is an option.
No, we can't. We can't remove the round this turn.
Oh, we have the Miriam, right? So we have 5 mana to work with.
Oh, true. Yeah.
We can even work with 6 mana if we'd like. And it looks like Drizoth is electing to go for that line.
Perhaps the answer.
Not getting baited, not saying I would like to draw cards and die, please. You've tapped under your Explorer card. Electing to win the game. I'm pro winning the game. I think that's a good choice.
Swept into the cyclone's fury.
And now all of a sudden, Tunnel Shark is not getting any value off of his Otacon now, unless we top deck a She Who Wanders, but we're not.
What about a 3/3 Omen Hawk, Hirsch? Will that get us there?
I wish.
Well, they can't remove it, so the Otacon is going to get big, but I really don't think it's going to be quite big enough because, yeah, it's getting to 15, right? Because it's plus 10, yeah. 15 is not quite enough. Drizoth isn't even forced to block here, and we need to stop. I guess a Harsh Winds can keep us alive on the Crackback on the side of Tunnel Shark. Harsh Winds into She Who Wanders, maybe, is a series of draws that can get us out of this. Potentially just Harsh Winds into attacking next turn. But we also are soft to burn. It's a very, very tight spot.
Is Drizoth actually thinking about taking 15 here?
Yeah, it definitely makes some sense with the potential punishes your opponent could have. Like, they have an Explorer card in hand, so it's pretty difficult for them to be able to pull up and kill you from this turn, and you're probably always dead next token, right? I think it makes a lot of sense.
I don't remember. Does Drizzoth have reach in this deck? Or not Drizzoth, Tunnel Shark have reach?
There's the stances, right? So you could play like double ram stance. And in the bottom of the screen, if you guys missed that, Squally Wag coming up big, 2-0 on Arax, putting Lee Sin's Dragons in the lead already. Some very strong players, but Squally Wag coming out ahead. I'm sure that would have been a great match to see if we could have watched them all, but we will get to see this banger of a match, seeing if Otacon can push through.
But we see that Drizzoth is actually going to take game 1 now because we do have lethal in hand with double Mystic Shot.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately for Tunnel Shark, that is not a heal 2 from the Explorer. That is, in fact, Destroy Landmark, which means we are dead. So, now as Tunnel Shark, you're in a position where you need to be 2-0ing the Seraphine set deck, right? So, what's your plan from this angle, Hirsch?
Honestly, you can't really play Atacon into Seraphine set. That's just like a bad idea. Like you have to play the Jax Orin deck, right? Because that's probably the easiest way to get through. Not really as easy, but it's easier.
When you gotta get a both through at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I imagine from this Otacon deck, you're really looking for She Who Wanders to come through and do a lot of heavy lifting. The ramp cards, I imagine, are also pretty strong. Being able to ramp into the She Who will do a lot if we can get that out quick enough. We just need to be able to find it this game. Had a little bit of trouble with that last time around.
If we're able to get the set off the board, or these sets out of here as soon as possible, that'd be actually kind of massive.
Yeah, right? Like, if you can get a She Who Wanders out that can remove both sets, or, like, even one set, right? It just does so much to slow down your opponent and give you room to, like, steal away the game.
Yeah.
But just ramping. A lot of ramp on the side of Tunnel Shark. Just keeping up the ramp, electing to go with the unit, trying to get on board and apply a bit of pressure with the 3-4 since it's a decently statted unit. Yeah, I like holding back the units because of Otacon, trying to keep the value up with them.
Yeah, I 100% agree with this as well. But we do see... Oh, actually, we're just going to draw.
Yeah, makes sense. There isn't really a super effective way for you to use your mana this turn as Drizzoth, so just go ahead, drawing a bit. And I imagine having the caster vision on the side of Drizzoth, we're probably going to just do like a Miriam on a temple, keep things flowing. Electing to...
Not on a temple.
Not on the temple, saying... I'm guessing the thought process is, I value card advantage. Oh my bro drew 3 sets and 3 temples. What is going on? And 2 tag outs and 2 Miriams and 2 Seraphines. What is going on? But anyways, just saying, yeah, temple's probably going to get explored. I want a second one to play to make sure I have my temple going in this type of matchup. Makes sense. Pretty, very, very heads up call, actually, by Drizzoth. And probably the correct call. Would have been a little bit better maybe to toss 1 temple, considering we drew into another one, but hey, can't know about that, right? But a very heads up call, getting rewarded for making sure we have another temple in play. But Tunnel Shark with a landmark of his own. That isn't a ramp one. Well, I guess it is a ramp one, but the Banquet Hall. The very interesting spicy one of in this list.
Yeah, and out of nowhere, this Otacon is actually just going to get massive value next turn as well. Like, I don't want to say massive because we're sitting on 2 tag outs as well, but they're going to go back into the deck right after this turn, so we'll see if we're able to draw any interaction between next turn just to be able to generate, or be able to deal with this Otacon.
Yeah, there are lots of interaction pieces in the deck, so the odds that we're able to draw a piece in between now and the next turn Otacon attacks is pretty high because of how this ramp works. If we recall Yeah, we don't have enough mana this turn to play Otacon and ramp, so if we play an Otacon this turn and he gets bounced, we can't play him next turn. So I'm guessing we're probably going to abstain from the Otacon this turn, maybe just electing for another ramp spell. One of the really cool, like the ramp spells, the guys are going to become 6/6 overwhelms, which are going to apply a lot of pressure. And the other cool thing that you can do in this position is Alexander, big win over Cephalopod 2-0, which means this Tunnel Shock Drizoth game is going to be what it all comes down to. But a cool thing you can do in this spot is if you play the ramp spell, the 5-mana ramp spell, the Wild Mysticism, you can use the 4-mana ramp spell this turn as a combat trick to grow your units to 6/6s to actually keep them alive through mystic shots and high notes.
Yeah. Oh man, this is actually kind of getting a little sketchy in a way.
Yeah, lots and lots of cards on the side of Drizoth, but playing the Otacon.
Playing the Otacon now is a little weird. Like you have to just immediately bounce this, right?
Yeah. I'm guessing just electing to play Otacon now because of the nature of Temple, you're not really able to play around cards. You kind of just have to force things, but not having access to 10 mana next turn makes things a little bit awkward. That being said, you can go for the ramp next turn, and the ramp next turn will allow you to have the 6/6s still. You can also go for draw next turn as well to finally find the She Who Wanders when you hold the 4-mana ramp spell. So you do have things to do next turn, but it is definitely sad to see this Otacon being bounced. Granted, you can play him again, so it's not the end of the world. It's not a kill spell, but it is definitely sad to see.
Yeah, it's just I don't see a world where this Otacon is just able to stick to the board, and we're not opting to ramp next turn. We're opting just to Winter's Touch.
Yeah, and I
Just to
have
be able to
to
get a
think
6/6.
that the Winter's Touch would be more valuable as a draw spell, just trying to get us to that She Who Wanders to eventually try and close out the game. And I, like you've mentioned, I really do like ramping. I think the 6/6 overwhelms are going to apply a lot of pressure on this board and tax the type of cards we want to be taxing, considering we have an Otacon in hand.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, and it looks like we're electing to play it now. I like this decision. We do have the Three Sisters back up for protection if we choose to use like a Fury of the North. If our opponent tries to threaten us with spot removal. We can also go for draw. We also have a stand, so definitely a lot of options to try and get over the top on the side of Tunnel Shark. It'll be interesting to see what he elects for.
We just Winter's Touch in response, right? Like, there's no need to play the Fury of the North right now. I don't think.
If you use the Winter's Touch, you can't get the draw out of it, though, and you might say you need the draw to be able to win the game. So it's interesting. You may also just end up letting this go, is another option.
I don't think we can allow to let this go, honestly. I think we have to just be able to push lethal at least this turn, right?
Well, the Otacon will start to bring back these 6/6 overwhelms, right? Is like the argument of letting it go.
I guess. But wait, does it actually bring it back as a 6/6, or does it bring back the second strongest unit? Because like right now, if these 6/6s keep their 2/2 base stats, the Scholar is our strongest unit that's died so far, right? I don't know how that interaction will work out.
Yeah, I think it would be the Scholar because it's enlightened. I forgot the Scholar died. You are correct. But yeah, this is another reason, right? Electing to use the stance, wanting to be able to have the draw. I imagine this is getting electing for the recall instead of the Nopify. Makes a lot of sense. Just trying to put your opponent in the tempo black hole. It's so hard to play out these units. Even though your opponent has a lot of mana, playing out these units takes up like almost an entire turn a lot of the time.
I imagine we're just going to see a rejuvenating breeze here just to be able to cycle more into our... Actually, no, we're not. We're just going to do advanced intel just to draw one and cycle all that back into our deck.
Yeah, just electing to play the cheap spells because right now, Drizoth, I imagine Drizoth's highest priority is progressing his Seraphine level up. Because once we get the Seraphine leveled up, we should be in a very, very safe position to make sure we stabilize properly.
I'm wondering how Drizoth is going to be able to navigate a win out of this, because like I feel like Tunnel Shark has the units, has the resources to be able to just grind this out, right?
Well, this is where set becomes very important as a tool to actually be able to stabilize and close the game properly. Set being unable to die in combat when he's attacking, and the showstoppers are actually going to give you the ability to finally close out the game and grind games out when you don't have access to the cats or other win conditions like Ezreal or Victor.
Yeah. The thing is, outside of our rejuvenating Briz right now, we don't have any sort of healing to kind of keep us in this game. We're kind of just relying that we're just going to keep drawing answers, which is not impossible.
We're Seraphine Ionia that's about to flip our Seraphine. What do you mean we're going to stop drawing answers? We have a temple in play.
I mean, I'm not saying we're going to... Oh, well.
Oh, there's a She Who Wanders, so...
Yeah. So that's going to change a lot.
I love this part as the Freljord ramp player where you go, She Who Wanders, do I win? I hope I win. In this
That's the
hand,
best part of the game.
having no second champions is going to be very scary for Drizoth. That is for certain. But we'll see how he's able to navigate it. He does have the temple. It is going to generate a lot of cards next turn. He also has the ability to throw out like a palm to generate a unit if he deems fit. So we'll see how Drizoth decides to navigate this one. A very, very tricky spot, because you don't know what cards you're getting next turn to actually work with and how to actually best stabilize properly. While you do have all this card advantage because of Temple, you do get put in very awkward situations like this, where it's really, really tricky to understand how to navigate out of it properly. Oh, and did that 2/2 not get... Did the 2/2 stays as a 6/6 in hand, so it doesn't get obliterated?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. I wasn't sure that interaction was going to work like that, but that's good to know, actually. I thought Drizoth was, like, insane with it. This guy just, like, obliterated the 2/2. I was like, this is him. Arax said Alexander was him, but it was Drizoth. But no, I guess Alexander is still him. That guy took down Cephalopod.
Exactly. So Drizoth does have the answer with Palm to this She Who Wanders, but outside of that, there aren't any other real answers to anything here.
Mm-hmm. And electing to go with the overwhelm threat and the small overwhelm threat instead of the Otacon. I'm guessing we're doing this so we have the ability to play out the 7/7 this turn as well. Potentially, we'll elect to go for Banquet Hall into the 7/7. Just to start getting the discounts going on the future Otacons, because I believe the mana should work out this turn. But I also see us just jamming around because, the mana doesn't really matter much anymore either, playing the Banquet Hall. So just trying to apply as much pressure as possible and just try and find a way to go over the top, or maybe even deck Drizoth out. Like, you might just play a bunch of shoes and deck this guy out at this point.
Yeah, we're playing the big unit Gobert Freljord combo.
Oh, yo, I love Drizoth. I didn't realize this until now. So this guy's playing Bout Security in Temple, right? So you can play it. It's going to make a fleeting copy, and then it'll just shuffle in the fleeting copy. And then, like, you can just keep playing this guy forever. Unless he's about to discard him with Rummage. No, he's putting it back in the deck with Miram. That's a really cool interaction. Really, really cute include. I didn't catch that. That's our win con, actually. It's Bout Security. Mad? You may not like it, but this is the peak Seraphine set win con.
Is this really peak, though?
I wish this was peak.
Oh man, I would you're fleeting Bout Security too.
I told you, it's the win con. Okay. The two win cons set in Bout Security. We've assembled them together. It's actually Jover, the most Jover it's ever been.
So I know Bout Security is 2 mana right now. Does the next copy also become 2 mana, or does it become 3?
I haven't seen this interaction. I think the next copy is 3 mana, but we will see in a moment. Yeah, the next copy is 3.
It is 3 mana. Okay.
But He's just a guy you can keep playing forever, so like that's kind of cute.
We see Sack going into the hole right now.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if we're actually going to really be able to flip this set here with how many like cards we have that are discounted. Like we have a lot of discounted cards, but it will be close. I'm not sure exactly what the showstopper progress is. I want to say it's at 7. No, I guess it was at least 10 because we did get it off this high note.
So we see She Who Wanders and Arand get taken off the board now. Honestly, when this Otacon comes out now, it's actually going to be massive with generating She Who Wanders now.
Yeah, this Otacon.
I hate to break.
You got it.
God. I hate to break it to you, but if the Otacon comes down, the bout security win con will be no more.
No, bout security will get big enough to block Otacon, trust me.
No, I mean, She Who Wanders will just take Otacon off the or take bout security out.
Well,
in general,
that's a play effect. You summon the unit.
Oh right, I forgot She Who Wanders this play effect.
Yeah. Are we just? Nope. Flash Freeze coming in clutch on the side of Tunnel Shark, staying out of the Seraphine Mystic Shot range combo. And this is one of the things I hate about Temple. We are just at the mercy of, do we find an answer to Otacon? And we do find an answer to Otacon. We have 2 answers to Otacon, actually. So we're completely fine, and I guess we get to win the game. I think that we have the tools with the Seraphine to likely draw into, with Rummage, draw into whatever we need, get a set flip, remove a unit, and then I think we should always be forcing lethal on the open attack. And generating another Rummage, adding insult to injury.
Yeah. We see Otacon not be able to squeak a win out of this match today.
Mm-hmm. And a good try from Tunnel Shark, being the people's champ tonight, bringing the funny haha decks, really giving us a fun one to watch. Some exciting decks to see. It was really, really cool seeing Otacon almost OTK just randomly because Ron died. Sadly, that did not happen, but it was a really well played set by Drizzoth, just playing solid Runeterra and finding the outs.
Yeah. But with that ends this set. Our next set we have up, I forgot to have the schedule. Our next... Our
next set is going to be Maokai Saplings and Zoe Celestials. So stick around to watch that next. It's going to be a very exciting one. We're going back to the other side, back to the other division, and I believe, correct me if I'm mistaken, this is a game who will decide who gets into playoffs. Both of these teams are neck and neck, and this is a very important match. So it'll be a fun one to watch when we get back with you in a few minutes.
For sure. So, like Heart Gamer said, stick right there, everybody. We'll be back in a few minutes here.
Don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't Well, I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me. I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer. 'Cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this seed to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me. I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer. And when we're gone, everything goes on. could reach out. I wish I could scream out. I wish that someone can hear my silent screaming. Flatline of my soul, I'm on the floor. The darker the dream, the darker the sky. I look up and I see something in the moonlight of the shadows in my head. Give in to the silence of emotions that I dread. Ooh, I raise hell in my mind. I raise hell in my mind. And I try to weather the pain. I try, but it's always the same. I try, but I'm always the obstacle in the way. Turn it inside out. Let the secret out. The darker the dream, the darker the sky. I look up and I see something in the moonlight of the shadows in my head. Give in to the silence of emotions that I dread. Ooh, I raise hell in my mind. I raise hell in my mind. Memories I wanna forget. Welcome my darkest hour. Welcome my darkest hour. Memories I wanna forget. I wanna forget. Ooh, yeah. Something in the moonlight of the shadows in my head. Give in to the silence of emotions that I dread. Ooh, I raise hell in my mind. I raise hell in my mind.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We just saw Trundle's Trolls take down the Lee Sin's Dragons in a very exciting games. We saw some pretty experimental decks on the side of Tunnel Sharks, a really interesting Otacon deck if you want to go back and check that out, versus Drizoth on his classic. Just good decks. And the Trundle Trolls actually just qualified for playoffs off of that, so congrats to them. But who are we moving on to next to potentially see if they can too qualify for playoffs, Ursh?
We are watching Maokai Saplings and Zoe Celestials. We know that we're going to be watching Madi Mayo for this set. We're just waiting for the teams to conduct their matchup draft to figure out who Madi will be going up against, Card Gamer.
Yeah, so I'm definitely excited for this one. It's going to be Zoe Celestials versus Maokai Saplings, who are two teams right in the middle of the pack, really duking it out to see who's going to end up on top and be able to steal out a playoff spot, make it to the next round, get to play again next week. Like you mentioned, we're going to be watching Madi 24 Mayo, who's a very strong player. He's on Zoe Celestials for this edition of Aegis, but he's really an ABG player, a team I'm sure many people are familiar with. And a lot of people are probably familiar with Madi. He's a LATAM player. He's been around the scene for a long time, has played on a lot of different teams, has had pretty solid results, a lot of top cuts for a while. And this year in particular, he's pretty deep in the Worlds race. So I'm sure he's trying to have a great performance this weekend. And, a good showing at Aegis is a great start to the weekend, Get yourself hyped up for that WCQO.
Yeah, and he was also top cut for Worlds last year as well.
Definitely a very strong player in a lot of rights. So it'll be exciting to see him. And like you said, we're just waiting to see who he's going to be up against. And on the side of the Maokai Saplings, he has some pretty stiff competition he can be facing. Tonight, their roster includes their very, very strong... They're very strong supporting squad. Their captain actually isn't around tonight, but it's the support squad. It's Mtux, Jinden, and Ninja Duelist, who are a bunch of very strong players who, if you're familiar with Runeterra's competitive scene, you've probably seen these guys pop up from time to time. Ninja Duelist just won an Aegis. Mtux is a ladder warrior, has a bunch of top cuts, and Jinden is the same deal, just over on the EU server.
Yeah, and on Zoe Celestials, they also have Robomaster, their captain, Pavalici, and as we already discussed, Madi Mayo as well being fielded today. But what I like to see on the side of Maokai Saplings for this fierce competition is we got two people running Poro King Yumi, Card Gamer.
Yeah, the king is here. And hopefully we get to see a bit of Poro King in these sets. It's definitely a pretty funny deck to see. It's really, I love when the Poro King plays his trumpets and then we get the special snacks and the funny little Poros become big. It's always a good time. So hopefully we get to see one of those games today. But regardless, you already know, we're going to see some John and Isla. We're going to see some Seraphine, a bunch of stuff that you're going to see this weekend. And watching these players play, seeing how they play these decks it's honestly good practice for this weekend. If you're not seeing some of the lines they're seeing, then it's definitely something you should try and pick up on. Or if you are not understanding like how to be thinking about some of the stuff playing from the other side, watching the other player's perspective playing into these decks can be really important. So definitely just good games tonight, and then also like a great learning experience going into the WCQO this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. Let's move on into Madi's decks for today. So for his first deck, we have, I don't know why it's not popular. There we go. We have Teemo Yumi, which we've seen a lot of today, and honestly, this is pretty much actually almost card for card for the list that we've seen. Is just like a few different tech cards for just the spells.
Yeah, every deck we've seen tonight is 38 of the same cards. Just a couple ways to close out the list. Players going slightly different depending on what they were exactly expecting to run into. And, just a really reliable list. Something we'll probably see pop up a good bit this weekend.
Yeah. In going on to his second deck his first deck as well, we have Nyla Janna on board with pretty much actually a really cute I'm like losing my words. Really cute for including Divine Draft, honestly. This is a card that you don't really see normally in a Nyla Janna list.
Yeah. Madi actually making his John and Nyla list a non-temple version teched for the temple mirror. Like you mentioned, the Divine Draft is really powerful in this John and Nyla mirror, being able to take out the Windborn Mariners. It's a really efficient way for the deck to get on board and get positive trades and put you behind in tempo using the Windborn Mariners. So being able to take them out with the Divine Draft is really, really premium. And then also to further bully these temple players, playing a one of Aftershock, playing an Aftershock on a temple in this matchup, you go up mana. That's just a good trade to begin with, right? Like, yeah, you're going to be happy when that happens. So some really smart inclusions.
I'm just wondering why we don't have Temple. Like, I feel like we could have teched this still for the mirror, but with Temple as well, because like we're playing more of a controlling matchup, but without Temple to be able to cycle our cards a lot faster.
Mm-hmm. And an interesting inclusion. I'm guessing there's some reason for he decided not to run it. electing for like the heavy metals instead. But yeah, this is definitely an interesting list, like in between the temple versions and the non-temple versions. Like we aren't playing the Vic Rush like the temple versions are. Like they also cut that card, but we're also not on the gotchas. So certainly an interesting list. It'll be exciting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of interested in seeing how like these techs will work out. But moving on to Madi's third and final deck, we have Seraphine said, but we have a win con this time, Card Gamer. We have a cat.
Yes. There is one cat here, but honestly, dude, friendship ended with cat. I hate that win con. Bout Security is my new win con. I love that guy.
Are you now sold on the Bout Security win con, even though we didn't see Bout Security win the game?
He won the game in my heart. He was there when we won, was he not?
I mean, he was, but he didn't do anything. He didn't get the pop off.
That's your perspective. Okay.
Okay. All right. That's fair enough. Fair enough. While we're still waiting for Madi's opponent, we can take our time with delving into this deck a little bit more if you want to take some time and look at some things that Madi has included in this deck.
Yeah, so one thing Madi has gone for is if you look at a couple of the cards he's doubled up on, doubling up on the Notify, really valuing the protection for the Temple or his cheap threats, or like the really efficient ways to deal with Seraphine and Set through the Howling Gale. So I think that's a really smart call. And then also running 2 of the Unworthy Soldiers, really effective cards against the mid-range matchup, especially because we're able to flow, not easily, but we're able to flow willingly enough that it's definitely super effective in this matchup. So I really like the inclusions that Madi has gone for in terms of where he's doubling up and all of that. I know another thing that we have just been informed about going into this match is this is a very important match for Zoe Celestials. Things are down to the wire, and they need to win this matchup against Maokai Saplings to avoid elimination. I believe if Maokai Saplings win this matchup, they will be qualified. We will confirm everything at the end of the night of who's in and out, but I believe that is the case. So it's definitely do or die for Zoe Celestials, and I mean, putting a strong player like Madi on a really strong, reliable decks is a good place to start. Just waiting to see what matchup he gets in. Are his decks actually favored when things come down to it?
Yeah, one thing I want to also point out that I don't think we've seen in any other Seraphine set decks is that we're including one of Disciple of Doran.
Yeah. Disciple of Doran is a card that was originally in a lot of Seraphine Ionia decks, but ended up just getting cut over time, just due to people valuing other cards a bit heavier. But it's not a bad card. It's a 2/2 body, and, you know, units are definitely a premium in this deck. If you look at our deck, we were very light on units, so having things to put on the board is very valuable, and this is a unit that also creates a spell. That's pretty free to use, and even beyond that, sometimes, not very often, but sometimes the Disciple of Doran can turn spells that otherwise wouldn't be activated by Seraphine into spells that can be activated for Seraphine. It also like advances Seraphine at the same price as playing one spell, so it definitely has some really nice applications as a card, but not the most important.
We also can get the funny line of if we have a flip Seraphine on board, we have an updrafted twice Pursuit of Perfection, we can use our Disciple of Doran reduction to reduce Pursuit of Perfection to under 3 mana to be able to double it with Seraphine as well to get 2 cats.
Lines like that can be super valuable as well in matchups where you're playing against decks that have the removal for the cat, like the Vengeance decks. I don't believe we're going to see any of those decks coming out from the side of Maokai Sapling, but, you know, it's a very relevant line and something that very well may come up this weekend, you know? People are playing this deck at the WCQO, and you can see anything this weekend, man. It's the Wild West out there.
Yeah, for sure. And while we're waiting on still Madi's opponent, we can move on into predictions, Card Gamer. Let's see what everybody has decided to predict for this match. And once again, it's 3-1 with us against the community, Card Gamer.
Yeah, I mean, hey, We did not hit last time. We'll see if it goes a little bit better this time. I got faith in the saplings, I got faith in the NA boys. If you guys watch League of Legends, I don't have faith in them tonight, but right now I still have faith. So
what do you mean? NA will actually win Worlds this year? I don't know what you're talking about.
NA
man.
will draw into Fnatic, and then we have a chance to get out in the next round, baby.
This is our time, man. It is our time. But with that, who do you think is the most inclined to be able to go into? I don't think inclined is the right word. Who do you think is the most reliable to go into Madi's lineup? Because like Maokai Sapling has the choice to be able to throw in who they want into Madi Mayo right now.
Yeah, so we can talk a little bit about the lineups, right? So Zoe Celestial, they had first pick, right? They have two people on the exact same lineup. Madi Mayo and Robomaster, I think they're playing the exact 120. They might be one or two cards off, but it's the same three decks. Pavalici is on this kind of mid-range, anti-mid-range style lineup. He's on this Galio CS style deck. He's on Ash LeBlanc, and he's on Scouts. So Pavalici picked himself into MTux, who is on Poro King, Seraphine Set, and Jana Nyla. Which is one game. So it's kind of a little bit indifferent where the other two players go. The way Zoe Celestial set it up is in every first pick set they have, they kind of decide where the matchups fall because there's only one decision because the other two people are on the same lineup, right? So it'll be really interesting to see how things play out. If Zoe Celestials, by picking Pavalici into MTux, are actually able to put themselves in a position to win two of these next three sets.
It's definitely going to be really, really interesting. I think, man, I don't know. Like Jinden bringing this Nargaren Jarvan, this weird hybrid Warden deck. I don't know how it's going to really shape out for him, honestly.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting. I mean, Champion Strength is definitely an effective card into the meta. Same with For Demacia, and Warden kind of tries to do a similar thing. And a lot of decks aren't able to really happily deal with it, so trying to rely on that strength and play more to that, just having another deck that's able to do that, it can make sense in an Aegis type format if you think it's hitting the right field, especially when we've talked a lot about pick order tonight and kind of more the back end theory of Aegis, the stuff that you're not always seeing or thinking about on stream. And again, this is a deck that really shows up when you're taking that stuff into consideration because it's not the strongest deck, but it can really fit the tables you're looking for.
Yeah, and we just found out what who Madi Mayo is actually going up against. It is going to be Ninja Duelist. So we will go ahead and take a look at Ninja Duelist decks real quick here. We have Jana Nyla as well. Pretty much the same lineup or the same list that we've seen all night. Nothing really different about this lineup. Yeah,
pretty standard for the Temple version. We have the gotchas, have the normal Jana package, electing to play the heavy metals to insulate us from some of the mid-range weapon lineups, and because we're a Temple version, cutting on some of the more aggressive cards like the Vikrosh and the Master Lookouts. Pretty standard.
Yeah. And moving on to Ninja Duelist's second deck, which is one of my favorite decks of the meta right now because I love Misfortune. We have Scouts Card Gamer.
Yeah, so we have Scouts. Scouts is, it's a deck that's been around for a while. It's had a little bit of a change of identity over time, but ever since the CS cards spin out, it's really had this core identity. It was definitely falling a bit behind. It was a little bit weak, but with the release of Scrutinizing Sergeant, it really breathed a lot of life back into this archetype, making things feel really nice again. Just such a powerful card. The fact you have another 5-drop acting like Quinn, the fact it can pull out win cons like Misfortune or Vanguard Sergeant that generate the For Demacia is just so good. And I really like the ratioing Ninja Duelist used tonight. Very smart ratioing.
Yeah, it's just being able to pull out multiple misfortunes on board with scrutinizing target is just so powerful and game swinging, honestly.
Yeah, certainly a very powerful effect, and part of the reasons why Scouts is being so popular right now, just very, very reliable.
Yeah. And moving on to Ninja Duelist's final deck, we have Shen Jarvan. I think this is the first time we've actually been able to really go through this list tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, Shen Jarvan is always going to be a pretty similar list. You tend to run 2 to 3 pieces of top end. In this list, electing to go for Sacred Protector and Sign-In. You usually play 5 to 6 barriers. In this instance, we went for 6. 2 Moral, 1 Riposte, 3 Refuge. Your 1 Deny, your single and form up, and you have a pretty standard split throughout the middle of the deck with, your solid Demacia units along with all of your Ionia barrier cards, stuff that I'm sure we're all familiar with by this point in the meta.
Yeah, one thing I notice about this deck that stands out to me is I don't think any other Shen Jarvan list runs Combat Cook.
Yeah, Combat Cook is a bit of the odd man out. I do think it can be a nice inclusion. The weapons are very, very powerful as long as you're not running into the really efficient weapon destruction in heavy metal.
Yeah. I think Combat Cook is just an underrated card in this deck. I didn't even think about it until now that I see this, but I think Combat Cook is a really cool inclusion in this deck and can also just generate or get you there over the top depending on what weapon you hit.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Combat Cook's a really solid unit, and the way Jarvan Shen plays out is it's a board-based deck that tends to grind and play for value a lot. So having an equipment which is very good at playing for this on-board grindy strategy makes a lot of sense, especially one that's forged, and it makes it even harder for your opponent to trade into it. And like you were mentioning as well, the keywords can be very effective for walking into win cons.
Yeah. And moving on to our matchup draft, we see the full lineups in front of us now, finally. What are our ban predictions, Card Gamer?
All right, so if you're on the side of Ninja Duelist, you have to be thinking of what is my opponent banning and what deck is going to be the hardest for me to beat. Your opponent is either going to be banning Scouts or John and Nyla. And with that in mind, you're probably in a position where the hardest deck for you to get through is Shen. So you're probably trying to find the way to get Shen through. I'm imagining the way we're going to do that is through banning John and Nyla, because that matchup is very difficult, and it's also just a very, very powerful deck. But I could see us banning Seraphine, perhaps. All of the bans make sense, though. Shen is very vulnerable to this lineup. It's going to be a big game of Ninja Duelist trying to get Shen through. On the side of Maddie, I would expect us to probably just ban Scouts, actually. Normally, you would think John and Nyla, but the way that Maddie built his lineups, they should be pretty good into John and Nyla, and Scouts can be problematic. Electing to go for John and Nyla makes a lot of sense. Ban the best deck. He was just a bit text for it, so I wouldn't have been surprised if he elected to play into it because of that.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting. I'm actually kind of a little bit sad that I don't get to see this tech actually come to fruition.
It's okay. It makes some sense. Very respectful. Just banning, the broken deck, the best deck in the format, and just saying I'm gonna see enough of that deck this weekend. I do not need to see it again tonight.
But he doesn't get the chance to really test it out in an actual competitive format to see if these techs are actually really good or not.
He's hiding the techs, dude. He can't let everyone know. He's on stream,
True.
All right.
And we see Madi Mayo coming up with Seraphine set, and now we see on Ninja Duelist's side we have Shen J4 as well. Not a really good mulligan for Ninja Duelist. It's looking a little clunky.
It is a little bit clunky, but we have a trick, we have a Badger Bear. We don't see the attack token, but if you draw into, there's a lot of ways this hand fixes itself very quickly, especially with a Shen. Definitely not the most ideal hand on the side of Shen J4, but you're really one Shen off, one combat cook, one scholarly pioneer off from being in a really solid position with this hand.
Yeah. And Monty's honestly okay with like Ninja Duelist hand state, just being able to just pass the token back and forth, do absolutely nothing.
Yeah. You are pretty happy for the most part when nothing's happening in these games as Set Seraphine, but it is important to make sure you are progressing your Set and your Seraphine some. You can get forked in mana a little bit in the late game, and Maddie recognizing that, willing to play a time trick early, willing to play the Miriam early, and just making sure we keep things flowing, keep the Set leveling, keep the Seraphine leveling, and keep the hand flowing and filled with cards that we want to actually be using.
Did Marion just updraft a set and he top decked another set?
He's him.
Is that what just happened? But it's not the updrafted set.
Yeah, it's a different set. I believe that is what happened. And it does make some sense to updraft that set. People may be confused at why you're updrafting set when you're in this board control matchup and he's such an effective tool, but Maddie just saying, with this opener that my opponent's presenting, with how this game goes, and how I want to use set in this matchup as like a showstopper maker, I don't need him in hand right now. I'd really like to draw a cheap one, and I'm going to play Temple on 5. So I think it's a really heads-up play by Maddie. And now here, Ninja Duelist just kind of thinking, do I want to use the single because I have a 5/3, killed off this unit? Also, maybe considering here, holding here, like, oh, I'm thinking about second format.
I think holding this is actually really nice. Just being able to take out the set or Seraphine when it hits the board, it's going to be massive.
Mm-hmm. I think that's very key. I think when Ninja Duelist ends up using the single combat there, he finds himself in a really tricky position later down the line. So I think it's a heads-up play to hold on to that single combat there.
We see set come down now. We're honestly probably going to see a Screeching Dragon come down.
Yeah, I would imagine it's a Screeching Dragon in response, just electing to play the set here because there isn't really a good response with how the mana lines up. There's not a really good way for Ninja Duelist to try and remove the set. So I really like the set coming down. Like you said, I think the Dragon in response makes sense. Maybe just use a Jarvan to try and deal with set next turn, but man, Jarvan into Palm is such a sad timeline.
But hey, we also do get to no, we're not banking enough mana. Now we are. Now we're banking enough mana to where if our Jarvan does get palmed next turn, we are able to single combat this set just to get it off the board.
And we can't even play Jarvan next turn with our entire board dying. Really, really sick Caustic Rift by Maddie. Killing off these 2/2/1s to keep the board slim, taking advantage of removing this barrier, saying you probably don't have form up with how you played last turn, and if you have a barrier, it doesn't actually work on this 4/3. So really strong play to just take control of the game, giving him the tempo to play this Temple most likely. Probably just take over the game from there. Unless he elects to save the set, which he may end up doing. And no, going for the Temple. I think I like that line, just saying the set did his job. He's going to put this dragon pretty low as well to clean up with removal later. And I think as Maddie, you're very happy with how things are going right about now.
Yeah, I'm actually okay with that as well. Because we're always going to draw second set right here, right?
Well, what about 2 Seraphines? What about
3?
So,
3 Seraphines
you want to play
is pretty
Seraphine
cool.
this turn, Hirsch?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about playing the 1 mana Seraphine. I think we should have played the 2 mana Seraphine.
You know, that's fair. It might have been better to play 2 mana Seraphine, but I think we are going to get use out of our mana this turn.
Yes. We are going to be able to Aftershock the Screeching Dragon as well as play Magical Journey on top of that, just to be able to generate more value for us.
Yeah, I'd imagine we see the Magical Journey come up this turn. Electing to just go to try and kill this dragon. I imagine we see the second Seraphine come out if Ninja Duelist elects to go for the single combat in response. And when that comes out, Ninja Duelist is going to be really far behind on tempo. He's really going to be in a tricky position and trying to navigate out of this game. The second dragon will be nice to try and get on board for that, though.
Yeah, I also want to point out that Ninja Duelists now are... Ninja Duelist just hovering over that single combat just gives Mod the information that he now has it in hand. So he's kind of just like forced to use it now.
Yeah, definitely hovering. That is really awkward. It's pretty much... It is the only spell you could play at that time. I believe he hovered another spell earlier, so Maddie probably had an idea of the single combat being in hand, and yeah, just being able to play around it, going for that because he had the double high note in hand, and really punishing Ninja Duelist for it.
Yeah, but the thing that isn't great for us is now we lose one of our Seraphines as well, so now we're just down to 2. But I don't think it's really going to matter, because, like, Monty's sitting in a rarely comfortable position right now.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult for Ninja Duelist to set up his tempo properly to be able to fight out of this position. Maddie's just going to be drawing so many cards, so even if he isn't using his cards in a very efficient manner, it doesn't exactly matter that much because he just has so many more cards. He just needs to keep his hold on the board, and eventually a set 2 will come, eventually a cat will come, eventually Seraphine will level up, and the game will just end from there.
Yeah. We see Jarvan come out on the board right now. I assume that we're just going to see this Jarvan just get bounced immediately.
And nothing you can do on Ninja Duelist. With this amount of mana on Shen Jarvan, there are no plays.
Yeah, we just play Advanced Intel here, just draw another card, see what we hit, and just call it there.
Yeah, and right now it may not seem too bad on the side of Ninja Duelist, but each turn is just going to get harder and harder, especially as Seraphine's about to flip, and every draw card is about to go crazy.
Yeah.
If this, I believe this set can also flip this turn as well and generate a showstopper, which will also be a lot of pressure for Ninja Duelist to try and deal with.
100%. And we're only 2 mana off of flipping the set, so the set will flip this turn as well.
Yeah, set at 38 out of 40. We started this turn with 12 mana, so if we tap ourselves out, we will have the showstopper this turn on the side of Maddie.
Seraphine only 2 spells away from flipping it. So it's actually going to be a pretty big turn for us.
Yeah,
Monty just contemplating how he wants to order this right now. Or actually, I'm sorry, priority was on Ninja Duelist. Ninja Duelist just deciding how he wants to navigate this. But now with set flipping.
Yeah, just flipping set right now, keeping set safe in combat, and saying, don't exactly need to take advantage of the showstopper yet. I'll generate it when I need it. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So the set gonna generate a lot of value just being able to take the Screeching Dragon off the board, and there's nothing Ninja Duelist can do to stop this.
Yeah, and the Screeching Dragon coming off the board is going to be really problematic. It was one of your best ways to try and remove the Seraphine in combination with the set the Jarvan trying to take out the set, but I think we're just going to try and force to generate the showstopper on the side of Maddie by using these coins this turn, and I think from there it's going to be probably really reliant on somehow finding a Shen boat, a sign-in. That's how we're only sign-in. I guess we need a Shen boat to maybe find a way to sneak around the side.
I don't think it's just gonna be really difficult right now.
Yeah, to be honest with you, once the showstopper comes down, I'm really hard-pressed to see a way that you can actually win this game on the side of Maddie. Or on the side of Ninja Duelist.
Yeah, we're just being able to almost clear off our whole entire board right now.
Mm-hmm.
But the good news is Madi has kind of exhausted a lot of his resources and doesn't have a whole lot of cards to play with, but it doesn't matter because we get place your bets.
Granted, place your bets will not be doubled, but nor will the coin, but it's plenty of cards. We also have the sputtering this turn, and all of those cards will be doubled. Even if we manage to take out this set, there's another set in hand. I don't believe we're main decking a Facebreaker, so it's just such a brutal spot to try and play out of on the side of Ninja Duelist.
And we hit the retreat just to be able to save this set right now.
Yeah, electing to not go for the retreat, but go for the tag out. It's like, I'm fine to trade my set for the Jarvan. And then if they go for the single, probably using the recall there, just, wow. Really, really good sputtering hits from Maddie. Even able to use the plunder draw spell after we hit face to draw units. Double it with Seraphine. Really good.
Yeah, this is actually probably the biggest sputtering song spinner I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely gets the job done. Picking up the Seraphine, more coins, it's gonna let you. Yeah, I believe because it's 2 coins, the sputtering was 7. This is 3 mana, 2 mana replaying Seraphine. Yeah, if we use, depending on what units we draw, we can potentially even generate a showstopper this turn to just add insult to injury. Or, Seraphine creates a 2 mana spell, so we can coin into 2 mana, and we could have generated a showstopper if the set was on board, spend the 12 mana, just so much control over the game from Maddie, and with just a Broadwing and a Barrier in the hand on the side of Ninja Duelist, it's hard to imagine how he comes back. And I think this is the game states you were talking about earlier, Hirsch, where this Karma, Seraphine, set style Ionia PNZ deck can just feel so miserable to play against, because really what are you to do in a position like this?
Yeah.
Your punt.
We see the Augmented Clockling come out to be able to pull a Pursuit of Perfection on top of that. We're just adding insult to injury here, Card Gamer.
Yeah, just no break for Ninja Duelist. Playing this here, I'm guessing this is just to finally push our cat over the edge, and Ninja Duelist saying, yeah, I'm good. I will go to the next game. I will come back strong and look for the TO onto your Elusives deck. And you know, this would not be the first time we've seen someone lose to Janna or Seraphine and then 2-0 Elusives, you know?
Yeah.
So we just have to see if Ninja Duelist can, you know, pull up Punda style and 2-0 Elusives.
Yeah, one of the game breaking, or one of the cards that is going to get a lot of value out of this matchup that both decks run is blocking Badger Bear. That's going to be huge for both sides, or for both decks for Ninja Duelist right now.
Most definitely. That guy, he is blocking. He can block Elusives, which is very high value in this matchup. And he's also a card that the opponent generally doesn't want to block, so he applies good pressure as well. A very important card in the matchup. And speaking of important cards in the matchup, we have some challengers, we have CS, we have board buffs. This is looking like a very strong hand on the side of Scouts. Now on the side of Maddie, you are missing some of your buffer cards, which are very powerful, like Bird and Yuumi, but you do have some of the really nice 2-drops in this matchup.
And still no blocking Badger Bear to be seen just yet, but we're seeing 3 Vanguard Sergeants in Ninja Duelist's hand right now. But we do have a pretty nice setup with that was just weird, we just skipped the draw, but we do have our Stonecrafter into Broadwing as well, just to be able to put this Broadwing at 4 health.
Yeah, I feel like we could go that, but I really like this line that we're going for on Ninja Duelist side. Going for this MF Broadwing line. I'm really trying to put pressure on Yuumi hands. Really, really big fan of this one.
Yeah.
I'm one of the good guys, but not that good.
So, MF Broadwing, we're going to start pressuring with the MF, and this is going to be really powerful because if we draw a scout unit, with the CS in hand, we're going to be able to pressure this MF flip often on turn 6, which will often just end the game at a time Elusive generally doesn't want to be trying to end the game at that point.
Yeah. It's a pretty interesting spot that Madi is in right now.
Yeah, as Madi, you're under a lot of pressure. I don't think there are really great lines. You're already behind in this matchup in this position, I think, with no Yumi. And I think
Ooh, and we're
that's one of your
opting
better.
to take that pass.
I think if you're Madi, you're pretty happy with that.
Yeah.
Not, like, all things considered, that pressure coming off, it definitely does buy you some time, at least in the short term. But blocking Badger Bear off the top is really brutal.
I imagine we're just gonna have to block this Kelp Maiden, but no, we're just opting to not generate any more flash bombs in our deck. We're just gonna take the chance that this Kelp Maiden doesn't hit anything good, like hitting our champion strength right now.
Yeah. Another reason we probably blocked like that was valuing keeping the Badger Bear on the board, not wanting to play into Eye of the Storms or Heroic Refrains. These really powerful, board buff spells that, he's more than happy to push a couple damage and take out a blocking Badger Bear, really high prio card with it.
Yeah. And honestly, Ninja Duelist is just like shaping his draw really well, getting this Fleet Feather Tracker on top of just like having Fleet Feather Tracker into Vanguard Sergeant right now is a really powerful turn.
Yeah, because it'll also allow us to leave up enough mana to go into CS next turn. We also have the potential to go 2-drop, 3-drop into CS if we would prefer that as well. But it looks like we're electing to go for the Challenger just because of the power of it combining with MF. Puts a lot of pressure on.
We do see this Broadwing being taken off the board. I imagine as soon as we play this Vanguard Sergeant, we're going to see this Mystic Shot come out and hit this Fleet Feather Tracker as well.
Yeah, it makes sense trying to protect the elusives, but when you're using Burn not at the face, it's really not where you want to be as the elusives player, especially when you're taking such a big hit this turn. And like next turn, you're going to have to spend another 5 mana before you can even try and get your elusives in. Granted, it's going to put your opponent to 12. You have a couple damage you can try and put in, but it's definitely an annoying spot. Electing to go for this draft first, I wonder if it was better to skip first to try and hit a form-up, but I guess holding up the Mystic Shot for the form-up also works, and then trying to be able to actually skip to hit a CS where the FD makes a lot of sense as well.
Yeah. So we have really interesting lines here. We can either jam the CS just to fork Matty into not being able, or forcing him to block and just not being able to do anything for the rest of this turn, or we just scrutinizing Sergeant and see if we're able to hit something good like another blocking Badger Bear or a second MF here.
Yeah. It's a really interesting spot on the side of Ninja Duelist. Because, like you said, if you CS here, your opponent has to block down. When your opponent blocks down, you are... they're taking 1. You are threatening to kill... You aren't necessarily threatening to kill next turn on the open, so you have to develop. But you do force them to give up their units, which puts you safer into burn hands. You are safe against tricks right now, and this Ninja Duel, this guy is just the goat, I guess. My bro hit the Badger Bear. It's a 2-of.
For real.
He's different. Oh, and Robo Master, as we see in the bottom right, coming up big with the 2-0 against Jinden on the same lineup as Maddie. Seeing if Maddie can follow in Robo's footsteps.
Yeah, I think Ninja Duelist is in a position right now where we don't care about getting our card back from Skip. We just want Kelp Maiden off the board to stop generating value for Madi Mayo at this point.
Yeah, I mean, on the side of Ninja Duelist, I think the only thing you're scared about is dying, just making sure you don't randomly die next turn, and, every damage matters. Every point of damage matters a lot. Because currently, Madi has 5 damage in hand, right? So if the Kelp Maiden connected, he's significantly closer. Sometimes this can be 6 damage if the Kelp Maiden connects, which is on 8, and that's 2 puff caps away from lethal, right? 2 puff caps and 9 in deck isn't the craziest, right? We hit 1. It's
Yeah.
definitely some really close things. But I think we have 10 mana. I think when we play Sergeant, and then we can play Sergeant and we can FD, or we can open attack and then we can CS. I think both lines will get us there, or we can Navigator and then MF flip. I think Ninja Duelist elects for open attack into CS. I think this is the safest line. I think there isn't a way to really stop this. They can blow back your MF, but I don't see how. Let's see how
I think
they
we
went.
kind of just have to. I think this is really rough. So that's just lethal. Yeah, that's lethal. With the swing goes through.
So you can Mystic on the stack, right? You can kill a unit. We're electing to blow back on the stack instead. Yeah, makes sense. Sure.
Yeah, and now Maudi is just tapped under, so this is just lethal. Now Ninja Duelist can just rip the CS and just take this win.
The CS will come through for 7 damage, and like you were saying, that is lethal.
All right, let's get to work.
Oh, maybe we can develop again. 7 damage, that's a 13 damage CS.
Exactly. We gotta do more than 7 card gamer.
Lucky 7s, not unlucky 13.
Exactly.
Okay, so moving on to the last matchup, we have to get Shen J4 through Teemo Yumi. Again, we have the Badger Bears. Again, we have Challengers, which are powerful tools, but this deck tends, so not always the case, but tends to not have the same pressure that Scouts has. It also is a little bit weaker to ping effects, I believe. So these things can be a little bit problematic, but if we open a strong hand by Ninja Duelist, can certainly get there. And oh my, Hirsch, would you call this a strong hand?
I would call this a very strong hand card gamer.
Yeah, this hand's looking not too bad. We have the Badger Bear, we have the Shen, we have a Strike, we have the 1-2 that's going to force pressure a lot of blocks. We're not giving them the greatest pie toss value because we don't have 3-1 barrier friend. But on the side of Maddie, this 1-drop pressure is very real.
And we're also getting a one mana heroic refrain right now.
Yeah, 1 mana heroic refrain is very scary. It's going to be very difficult to play around that card.
It's just basically Maudi is just playing the racing game right now. He's like, I know you have the answers to me, but I need to just lay into you as fast as possible.
Never let my guard down. And just, I imagine Monty's going to end up full swinging next turn and just like not caring, just using the refrain, not even to trade, probably just to push damage and just trying to get there and just hoping that refuge doesn't exist, especially on a hand like this.
If this Teemo does not get blocked right now, we are going to see a flip Teemo as well.
You say that, but I think if you're Madi, you really want this Teemo to get blocked so you have more units to play out.
Yeah, like, but I feel like Ninja Duelist just has to take out this Sting Officer, right?
Yeah, it makes sense to do it. And you're not drawing too many cards. You're trying to keep their value off the board. And I really like the not going on Teemo. If you want to try and buff up the Teemo flip line. But I think if your opponent's going to single, you do want them to single this Teemo since you have extras in hand, just because we're so light on elusive density.
Yeah.
But I do like using the refrain. I think pushing this damage this turn is very important.
So we are going to look at forming up into single combating this Acorn. And Madi is just going to go for the Teemo flip just because we've been able to pull out this form up now.
Okay. Yeah, if you're willing to go for the Teemo flip when they play the single, I'm perfectly cool with this line. Just not the biggest fan when we are not willing to expend the Teemos and like push the damage like we need to. And then Pipe Toss to kill this makes a lot of sense. Oh boy, this is gonna be a fun game. We turned into traps apparently.
With 30 mushroom or puff caps in deck now.
Yeah, but this Shen deck, it does actually have, they are gonna have a pretty high pressure turn next turn, I would imagine. They can go one drop Shen or Dragon. Both are really annoying for this elusive deck to be dealing with.
I think we have to just go for this Screeching Dragon play. We see that Mario is pretty much out of gas at this point. Like we're kind of in the spot to be able to drag out this game for a couple more turns and just get this
Are
board
you
value.
sure it's Dragon? It might be because when you play the one drop and then Shen, your barrier units are becoming a 5/2 and then a 7/2 and then a 5/2. And then you have a Shen on board, so it's a lot of pressure. Like, they have to block, I believe. So I'm not sure. It's really close. It's a really tough spot.
I think your line. Oh yeah, your line speeds up the game a little bit. Speeds up the game faster. The line that I'm talking about, it drags out the game like 2 or 3 minutes.
I think we're gonna get punished for this because we just don't have any interaction, and that's 4. That's 7 damage on board. That's 40 something shrooms in deck. I can't see because Mtux and Pavalici are tied. That's 52 shrooms in deck, and
oh man. There's no way that Ninja Duelist does not.
Ninja Duelist is dead. I think this guy has dueled his last duel today.
He did. There's no way to avoid that one shroom out of 52.
And what a sick line by Maddie, you know? That's the type of creativity, just keeping yourselves on your toes that, you know, is why this guy has been doing it for so long and keeps coming out on top. Really well played by him.
We see that Mtux and Pavalici are in game 3 right now, so that's the next matchup that we are going to be heading to right now, Card Gamer.
Yeah, so we will hop over to this, see how the end of all of these games go. But for the viewers at home, keep in mind, RoboMaster, playing the exact lineup as Maddie, also won his set. So Zoe Celestials take home the win against Maokai Saplings with this game, and they stay in. They're fighting for their lives. They live to see another set to try and make it to playoffs. But that being said, this game right here is still very important. Every game, every set matters. Each player's individual set matters for tiebreakers. So, hopping into this game 3.
And we get to see Poro King!
The king is here.
But it does feel bad just being able to, or being forced to drop that Sunburst onto that MF. It's not the greatest value, but we have no choice in this matchup.
Putting us very far behind in tempo, but Yumi is a very good card in these board matchups for buying back tempo, and hitting an Affectionate Pour off the top to combo with Yumi is very, very powerful. Being able to actually get on the board and stabilize properly. That being said, we are on a very narrow board, and against hands that have the FDs, and especially hands that have the CSs, we're going to be under a lot of pressure to actually be able to stabilize properly.
We do see on Pavalici's side that he's sitting on a Quinn, a Jenny CS, and a Broadwing as well. So, like, his hand has a pretty good value right now.
And I think Mtux is actually going to get a little bit of wiggle room in this game. Pavalici electing to go for the Broadwing on this turn, and it's actually going to disallow him from having CS open on his turn 6. I think turn 6 CSing against Poro King is very important in terms of not allowing them to turn the corner properly. Granted, looking at this hand from Mtux, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to turn the corner properly regardless, but the fact that they're missing CS on this turn is going to give us a lot of extra time to deal with things.
Yeah, it's a really tough spot right now. Like, just being able to punch for 7 damage just right then and just still not being able to generate enough value. It's really rough. Is this Poro Herder going to hit something that we can use?
When this Poro Herder can't block, that's so brutal.
It's rough. Like, I think in order to really stabilize this this Porobot has to hit Lifesteal or something, right?
Yeah, it's going to need to hit something impactful because we're quite far behind. Granted, we do have this Moonlight Affliction, which could do a lot to try and stabilize, but our opponent is either going to elect for 6 wide open attack into CS, or based on the fact they played Mirai first, I'm assuming they're going to go like Genevieve next turn.
Yeah.
Either way, just a really strong position for the Scouts player to be in. And, you know, it's part of the reason why, despite this matchup having okay data on ladder with the Poro King into Scouts, I think this matchup's very, very difficult. This was a bit of a bad hand by MTux, but when your opponent knows how to play the matchup and how to apply pressure and set up these turns, it becomes really hard. The prank was a little bit overkill, but
Yeah.
man.
Like, that's... I see no line to where MTux can survive this turn.
Yeah, I mean, what, you can try and hush the Broadwings here, maybe? Like, your opponent obviously has a CS when they attack like this, so you hush the Broadwings so they don't do that much, and you keep a unit alive, and then you play a Yumi, and you're still dead, right? Like,
Yeah.
I think that's all she wrote.
It is all she wrote. It's actually really tragic. But Zoe Celestials being able to pull this win out gives them a chance to still secure a spot for playoffs.
Yeah, and if this ends up being game, if the CS closes it out, this is going to be huge for Zoe Celestials. This win, going 3-0 against the team that they're most likely to be competing with for the tiebreaker to make it out, having a 3-0 against them this week is huge for tiebreakers.
Absolutely.
And we see the
surrender
CS
come out
and,
from...
the scoop. So really well played across the board from Zoe Celestials. I guess it was over for Maokai Saplings as soon as Red, Hirsch, and I voted for them. So really unfortunate. I guess we should have stayed next round, but maybe we'll curse someone for funsies.
We're just missing everything. We're cursing everybody, Card Gamer.
Yeah. Hey, it was good when I deviated from you guys. Then it all went downhill.
And with that, we have our final match of the night, which is going to be Swain's Flock and Garen's Vanguards coming up shortly. So stay tuned, guys. We'll be right back.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves.
Hey everyone, welcome back. And do we have an exciting match for you? Hirsch, you want to tell the folks what's the situation going into our last set of the night?
Oh man, this is do or die. Garen's Vanguard has to 3-0 this in order to qualify for playoffs, Card Gamer.
Yeah, so for the people who are unaware, we have two divisions going on right now, right? In the division we're about to watch a game in, we have one team guaranteed out. We watched them play earlier, Trundle's Trolls. They eliminated Lee Sin's Dragons, right? That means there's two more teams left in this group, right? They both have playoff chances, right? Yeah, they do, and they're playing right now. They are Swain's Flocks, and they are Garen's Vanguard. And like her said, Garen's Vanguard, they don't need to win. They need to 3-0. Every player needs to win their set, or they lose on tiebreakers and they do not make playoffs.
Yes. And what a banger way to start this off. We have Rogio taking on Rusticals.
Yeah, so I'm really excited for this one. These are two of, honestly, along with Punda's lineup, these are my three favorite lineups people brought to the tournament. They're just so fun, and I mean, there's so much on the line for this set too. I just can't wait to get into it, Hirsch.
I'm so happy that we get to watch Rusty again. I'm such a big Rusty fan. He is like a huge Chad in my opinion.
I mean, he's a great player. He's a great guy. He's making a card that I'm sure is going to be a banger when it comes out. Like, what's not to love about this guy? He makes crazy brews. Well, not sometimes brews. Sometimes he just plays crazy decks that other people made. This guy, he's a Sigma, like you said, Hirsch. This guy, he's different.
So let's get right on into these decks, Card Gamer. We're going to start off with Rogio's Nyla Jana, a list we've seen pretty much all day today. Like we said 15 people brought this deck, so it's not a surprise that we're seeing this here.
Yeah, they're on the temple version. Everything's pretty standard for a temple version. They're on the 3 elephants. Most people are playing 2, but you know, it's the temple version of John and Isla. It's pretty much by the book.
Yes, sir. So moving on to the Poro King deck as well. We have an inclusion of Poro Sled, which I absolutely love. A lot of people, when I tell them I love Poro Sled, they said, oh man, Poro Sled is just so bad. Why would you even put this in your deck? Dude, it's a 5 mana 5/5 with impact that generates you a free Poro. What's not to love about this?
Oh yeah, the Poro Sled is great. I think a lot of people who don't play Poro King, what they miss about Poro Sled is when you set up the Poro Sled with the Poro King, it actually gives you access to really powerful open attacks that you wouldn't otherwise get access to because you're summoning another Poro to generate the snack, and your opponent is going to have to block you because of how much damage you're putting on the stack, so you'll get the opportunity to use the snack as well. So
exactly.
It's a really nice one-of, on top of the fact it just holds the board really effectively, especially if it comes down with a snack already in play.
Yeah. And moving on to Rochio's third deck, we have Seraphine set, but with only 1 temple and 2 bar, Card Gamer.
Yeah, so this is my preferred way to play the deck. I think the bar is really useful for how Seraphine wants to be played. And I think with how you generally turn the corner in this deck, having the bar is going to generate you enough value and give you the enough discounts at the right amount of time to be really useful and do enough. So I'm a big fan of a split like this. We also have the 1 cat to help make sure we end the game. And the Financier is actually really nice as well. I think Ionia Financier has gotten a lot better over time with the change to cards like Children of the Forest and the buff to Singular Will, I believe it is, to just make that card feel a lot smoother.
Yeah. And moving on to Rusty's lineup, now we have Mono Timo Sump Monument.
We have the Spice. So, people are probably a little bit familiar with this deck from a few seasons ago, a few patches ago, when Sump Monument was 3 mana. This card was a menace, it was everywhere. But the card is nerfed, the deck's a lot weaker, but Rusticles, he's bringing it back and he's playing it a little bit different. Trying to take advantage of some new cards in Bursting Backpack and Mr. Thrift to give his deck some more staying power and some more effectiveness into mid-range.
I honestly think Mr. Thrift is a very underrated card. It's a 1 mana 0/3. It's going to stick on the board for a hot second, so it's always going to generate its value, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just kill that guy on sight most of the time because he gets a lot of value. I'm not sure how you're supposed to build a deck around him, but like, he's a solid card for sure.
Yeah. And moving on to Rusty's second deck, we have Udyr Galio. Usually you would see Volibear Galio, but today we're seeing Rusty bring Udyr into the light now. Pretty much, it pretty much is like Udyr Galio, just card for card, just slotting in, or I'm sorry, Volibear Galio, just slotting in Udyr instead.
Yeah, I mean, I think this makes a lot of sense. If you play a bit of Volibear Galio, I think most people have kind of realized that the way that games are going, you just don't really want to play this Volibear guy. Champion Strength is way more effective, and I think just playing, you know, a 2-drop on 2 or like 3 or 4, and then playing an Udyr and having a 0 mana stance, and like eventually having this Udyr get big for inevitability it makes a lot more sense, especially with the mana cost, why that's more valuable than the Volibear package.
Yeah, one of the things that interests me is that we're running one of Shield of Duran, but honestly, Shield of Duran is such a valuable card. I'm surprised we're not on more than 1 copy of it.
Well, you say that, but we can only run so many tricks, right? And we have the Sky Splitter, which is just so much more efficient. And this deck comes with stances, so it really makes some sense where we have to cut in some places, and Shield of Duran at the 3 mana point, which is a little bit awkward, is the place we cut from.
That's fair. And moving on to the final deck, we have Bandle Jin.
Yeah, so another deck from a few seasons ago, Rusticle's just, he's bringing out all the bangers from last season, right? All of the Heart of the Huntress classics, some real favorites from back then. And Vandalgin's another one. It's looking pretty standard. It has all of the tools it used to run back in the day. It's just paying a little bit more of a premium for the cards like Condense, and I believe the other nerf was the Broadman got a little bit smaller.
Yeah. And moving on to predictions, Card Gamer. Let's see what everybody predicted today. And we're predicting all Swain's Flock. Now, community has never missed, but we've learned today that we've caster cursed everybody. We want to see the banger match. We want to see Garen's Vanguard 3-0. So we're still voting for Swain's Vanguard. Wink, wink.
Swain's Vanguard, yeah, we love those
Swain's
guys.
Vanguard, yes. Swain's Vanguard. Swain's Flock, sorry. But moving on into the matchup now, Card Gamer. We see all the decks in front of us now. Let's think about bans.
So, on the side of Rusticles, I have no idea what's going on, bro. I guess we banned John and Nyla because that deck's broken, but also I think Galio Udyr is probably pretty problematic for it. I can see how that deck really hates dealing with Rex, and we also have the Landmark Destruction, right? We're also not on Nora because I don't think Nora is very effective into Janna and Nyla, whereas the Nar's a lot better. So maybe we are playing into Janna and Nyla. We also have traps, right? This Teemo card. Traps are really good against the Janna and Nyla and the Seraphine, so maybe we're banning Poros because Jin's probably gonna have a hard time dealing with Poros, and if they're not drawing that much, they're not gonna die to traps that fast. But yeah, okay, just banning the Janna and Nyla makes sense. I really have no idea what's going on here, guys. I'm just kind of spitballing, but I'm excited to see these decks play out. It's gonna be a fun set.
This is Rusty's bringing such a curveball of a lineup. It's just hard to really predict bans, right?
Mm-hmm. And yeah,
these are,
like you said, it's such a curveball of a lineup. It's really hard to bring a lineup like this to the Open tomorrow. But that's the beauty and why I love Aegis as a format in a tournament so much, because you're allowed to bring these weirdo deck, weirdo lineups, and it can work in certain fields, in certain contexts, because things are so hyper specific. And I'm looking forward to seeing it here.
So we're just waiting on both players to get into their match right now, but I'm gonna throw this out there because I throw it out there every stream, and I have yet to do it this stream, Card Gamer. I know you're a coin flip player, but what deck do you think is going to be brought first?
So there's actually a correct answer in this situation.
I am about to have a heart attack that you just said that, because everybody says it doesn't matter.
No, but it does matter, right? Because Teemo is a deck that can generate ties, right? So because Teemo can generate ties, it's when you tie, it counts as a win for both players, right? So you need to factor in the traps equation as the traps player, and when you want to put yourself up to how a tie can affect you, you need to have that in consideration with your pick. I think it was the Siren Song season. I played traps and I won a set off of tying. I won the first game and then we tied and I won. So it definitely can matter.
But we do see Teemo coming up into Poro King right off the bat, and honestly, Rogio's hand's looking kind of good right now.
Yeah, so double Lonely Poro, it's good for the Poro values. Double Poro is nice, it's very good for the Poro value. But this hand isn't the fastest for Poro King, and the value gets a little bit weird with Poro King. But it does make 3/3s, which are going to be really hard for Rusticles to deal with, and it makes a lot of them on turn 4. Meanwhile, on the trap side, we have a Teemo and a Puffcat Peddler. That's always a scary open.
Yeah, it's actually extremely scary, especially with 2 cheap spells in hand.
Yeah. I'm guessing on the side of Rogio, we're going to be very respectful, and we're not going to play out a Poro until we snack. Yeah, to make sure we don't get value of pings. I really like this play from Rogio. Very, very respectful, just making sure we don't give up any value. And then I'm assuming Russ, we're just doing a peddler this turn. It's hard to interact with and everything above the books. And oh my.
Ooh, we hit lifesteal on the Poro bot.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge hit. Granted, Rusticles does have a stun, which can do a lot, but with the hand texture we have on the side of Rogio, with the double snacks, this lifesteal unit is going to get so big and be so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, like I think honestly, lifesteal is probably the best keyword you can hit on a Poro bot. That or elusive.
Yeah, for this matchup, it's definitely got to be one of the best. You know, they're going to not have an easy time dealing with a big Poro bot, and they're going to try and push lots of chip, especially with the flip Teemo already. This affectionate Poro is also such a great draw, being able to threaten the Teemo.
Yeah, Rusty's still in a comfortable spot just because he has Mystic Shot in hand as well, but he's going to try and poison dart this affectionate Poro, but it's going to get met by a Poro Snacks and just not going to do anything about it.
Yeah, and I imagine, like you said, we're going to meet the Poro Snacks, and then the Mystic, and then the Poro Snacks, which isn't the end of the world for Rusticles when you consider the fact that, you know, you're progressing your Peddler, but also there's this giant Poro that's going to be coming, it's going to be beaten in at you, you don't have a way to block it, and it's life-stealing up. You're really slowing down your clock, and applying a clock of their own.
So this affectionate Poro is going to try and pull this Teemo. No, it's not. He's going after the Peddler right away.
Yeah, I like this line with the Hush saying, like, I can stop the Teemo hit. Next turn, I can't actually interact with this Peddler effectively if I don't have Challenger keyword. Or really heads-up play from Regio.
That is fair. I didn't think about that line. So Mystic Shot coming out just to be able to save this Peddler right now. We're going to be taking 7 damage and Rogio healing up back to full.
Yeah, Rogio is at full, but there are 26 puff caps in the deck, and there is the Karina in hand. There is the Chumpawumps, which is going to do a lot to, you know, stabilize the board, keep things more fair. And the Karina over the top's important, the stun to stall out a turn. These are all very effective, but the Sunburst and the Hush can definitely put a wrench in Rusticle's plans if they're used effectively from Rogio.
Yeah.
So Hirsch, in this position, as the Poro King player, how are you trying to convert the game with this hand? Like, you have a lifesteal unit, you have a couple small Poros, but you don't have, like, your win cons. So what are you kind of thinking in here?
I'm just thinking you're just trying to just be able to develop a full wide board and just try to generate as much value through this Pouty Poro, because this Pouty Poro is going to be really huge just because it has tough, overwhelm, and regen off the top, and also now that you're generating another affectionate Poro on top of that as well, that's kind of huge.
Yeah, the affectionate Poro is really going to be able to attack the board, and we do have a 5/5 coming down. It will be nice to try and deal with the lifesteal unit, trade with the lifesteal unit. We can trade with it if we need to, but we're facing a lot of pressure. This open attack is threatening to put us down to 4, and we have to give up our engine. It's a very not ideal position.
Especially now that we're at a point where we can honestly not care about this board anymore if Rusty is able to find a way to deal with this board, because we now have Zolani in hand.
Yeah, the over-the-top is in hand, and I can't help but feel from the side of Rusticles that we're just in a really, really difficult position because we never ended up getting to our Sump Monument. When you hit the Sump Monument and you're able to let the lifesteal unit hit face and it doesn't heal, and you're able to, you know, not take all the damage from this board, you're in a very, very solid position, but we just haven't been able to find it this game, and we haven't even found, like, a clockling to be able to dig for it properly.
Is there a reason we're not... Yeah, I was about to say, is there a reason we're not going to take out this Pouty Poro?
Just thinking through all the blocks, seeing if there's any key lines, any punish for putting this block up. And it looks like we're realizing that, yep, it's fine. Not really a huge punish. And this peddler is dead, so just trying to run out all the value from our spells makes a lot of sense.
$44 shrooms in deck now. Is this Karina going to be able to get us to the finish line?
So there's 52 shrooms in deck, right? There's probably about, it's turn 6. There's probably about like 28, 29 cards in deck, somewhere around there, I think. 29, 28. They're on 19. So rough and dirty math, you're hitting about like 2 shrooms per card on a good day. So, you know, you're hitting a 10 damage Karina, which isn't exactly getting you there, I don't think. Not reliably.
We see the time trick come out from Rusty, either bursting backpack, puffcap peddler, Mr. Thrift. It's a tough call.
I wonder if we're supposed to skip and just say, though, I need a pump monument. The peddler is definitely nice. The backpack is big, which is nice, but we might just need a thump monument to win the game. And I believe that was a skip, but I'm not 100% sure. It might have just been bursting backpack into Karina. Because the backpack does shuffle in a notable amount of puff caps. That is 11. There technically could be 8 puff caps on the top deck. That is a possibility. We do have a stun for the Zolani. We have a condense for the Karina. They're only healing 4. That puts them to 12. We're taking 6 on the open. If they develop, we can Karina again. I think we're getting there, Hirsch.
Oh, man.
I think we're getting there.
So Karina blocks the Zolani.
No. We have a wallop.
No, we want to wallop the Porobot just so it's not able to heal at the top, right?
Right? You need to make sure you don't die because you're on 7. If you take the Zolani hit, you die. You have to stun the Zolani and you die to Poro Snacks or any buff spell. You die to any buff spell.
Yeah, this is true.
But I think it's your only line.
You're right.
And I think it works.
Yeah, it is.
Rusticles, you madman, you just winning games on decks that aren't even real by the thinnest of margins. This guy, he's different.
Oh, he is him.
I think he is him. And now it was 4 off the top. We hit an 11, so we're only technically guaranteed 7 puff caps on this Karina. But I think with how draws line up, there isn't a way for Rogio to win because he should be almost guaranteed to hit more puff caps before he can attack again. So I think it's at this point essentially deterministic for Russ with how puff cap RNG works.
Well, with
if we play Karina,
Karina doesn't get rid of the puff caps on top of the deck. The puff caps still stay in the deck. So since he hit 11 last turn, he lost 4. So we're actually the math lines up.
Yes,
yeah,
but with drawing, he's like if he plays Karina this turn, it's almost guaranteed. Granted, I think we're still almost always guaranteed, and he's waiting for next turn to play Chump before he does it, and he's also just making sure he's not playing his Chump now to make sure if they point removal at his Karina, he can make a copy. So just really disciplined by Russ, playing really well, understanding what cards his opponent can have in this spot, and just maximizing his odds. Very, very clean game.
That is a big wump.
Yeah. Dude, that's not the chump wump. You chump that wump.
So Rusty is just gonna be able to time trick into there's our sump monument.
And I'm guessing we just do poison dart here. Something I don't even know what we're doing at this point. I think it's just guaranteed lethal. I guess poison dart's a little bit better than the puff cap, but
Just to be able to throw one extra at face and throw 3 shrooms in the deck.
I think Russ has gone there, and just a really well played game. Things got dicey. The double Poro Snacks opener was a bit tricky. The affectionate Poros were very annoying, but I think we are there.
I think so as well.
And yeah, here is the condense. Here is one mushroom cloud. And then here should be about like 12 shrooms. 13.
13.
I was close.
Only one off. That's impressive.
Yeah. And what a fun game.
So
it's always fun to play. It's always fun to see traps as long as you're not playing into it.
It's a trap, you may say.
I guess so. But now moving into Jin, I have to imagine that the Jin versus Poro King matchup is pretty tricky on the Jin side.
Yeah, but Jin should be able to control the board a little bit.
I'm not sure.
He should.
Like, Poro Snacks are really annoying, you know? It'll be interesting to see because if Rogio has an opener like that, I don't see how this Jin deck is gonna really be able to effectively deal with that 3/3 board, you know?
We just have to be able to stun everything.
And like they have the sunburst for the Broadmains, right? So it can definitely be a tricky matchup if they get the right Poro Snack start. That being said, I think Russ looking to be in not too bad of a position when you open like this on the side of Rogio. But that being said, Rogio is one Poro King away from being in a great position. The Poro Snacks is a big draw.
Being able to get this junk construct on the board as fast as possible, just being able to push that 2 damage and be able to have a free blocker on board is pretty nice.
Yeah. The junk construct is really nice, essentially making it extremely difficult for your opponent to ever get a good trade on that unit is really nice. And
yeah.
Speaking of good trades and positions to be in, Rogio is definitely on the back foot because Garen's Vanguards need to win every set to advance. Even if Rogio loses but his 2 teammates beat Swain's Flock, it does not matter. They win the match, but they don't go to playoff, so it's really all on the line right now.
Yeah. Rogio taking a safe attack right now. Just pushing 2 damage, doesn't even want to pop the Poro Snacks just to try to get a little bit more damage into there.
And I really like this line by Rogio. He's saying this 2 damage never affects my clock. If you waste a ping spell on my units, that gives me way more of an advantage than 2 damage. And I think that's a really smart and cute line to do, especially when you have the foresight to recognize how you're trying to win this game.
Yeah, for sure. We see the Jubilant Poro blocking Conchologists, not being able to still deal with this junk construct. I think at this point we don't really care. We just want we don't want this portal value to get into Rusty's deck.
Yeah, I believe so. And just on Rogio's side, trying to progress the Poro King. This hand has flipped the Poro King very fast, and if we can get a Poro King to hit play and stay in play, it's going to snowball very, very quickly for the side of Rogio. And as we see, the Poro King's at 4 of 6. I believe we have enough different Poros between the Impact Poro and the Affectionate Poro and also the Shurima Poro to flip the Poro King and start generating plenty of snacks. We just need to hit the King himself.
Yeah, any of these 3 Poros just flip our Poro King right now.
Yeah, so at this point it's just Poro King waiting room. Potentially Zolani can do it, but Zolani and Poro King can all be a bit soft against Broadmain. That being said, Rogio does have the tool to deal with Broadmain in hand.
Now the question is, do we care about this Daring Poro to save it? We have the option to save it, but I don't think we really care. but we do. We want this Daring Poro just to be able to swing in for more value because it has this cool keyword called elusive. It's always going to hit.
Yeah. I mean, on a hand like this, it definitely makes sense to value keeping your elusive alive, especially when, if they don't have a broad main, it's going to be very difficult for them to actually answer this unit effectively. Just because you're very light on win cons, and you need ways to actually push through and try and win the game.
Yeah.
Okay, and we do see the deny in the brush coming down from Rusticles in the form of the Vistaya. But if we do see Rusticles play the broad main this turn, the deny will be down for the turn, and we will be able to get value out of the Sunburst.
Ionia misconstrues our noble intentions.
So this Broadman coming out just to kill this Daring Poro off. Gonna try to save this damage a little bit, but we're gonna see, yeah, like you said, we're gonna see the Sunburst just come out just on this Broadman, taking it straight off the board, no longer gonna be able to generate more value.
Yeah, so taking down the broad main is huge. I understand, and it's probably even correct. I think it is correct to have to use the broad main here to deal with that elusive, because you don't want to be forced to use the stun on it. And the way it holds on the board is very promising. Sunburst is one of the only punishes. I think it makes sense. But removing the elusive and not getting the deny value is really unfortunate, as there aren't many other spells to actually deny in this deck.
Yeah, and we're still not able to find our Poro King, but we have just what's our second best to Poro King. We have Poro Sled, but it's gonna get stunned by the Sunhawk.
Yeah, the Sunhawk being a very effective tool to slow down this turn, giving us the tempo to play this Portal Palooza and really just try and stall out and cycle into our win cons. But this is kind of why I was concerned about this Jhin deck. We got pressured into putting our broad main in danger, and now we're kind of just spinning our wheels, and we have a lot of cards, but we don't really have a way to end the game. And as soon as we get like a Poro King, we're in a really scary spot. This board's getting really scary because of this Poro Snacks. And it's just not a position you super want to be as Rusticles. But that being said, you have another game. You still are in control. You have lots of cards in hand. You have portals coming, but it's definitely a scary game where top decks have a lot of impact in the direction of how this game actually plays out.
Yeah, it's just both players are kind of just in this waiting room trying to find their win cons. It's just a really awkward spot, but like Rusty's kind of pulling out ahead right here.
Yeah, he's doing his best. He's trying to edge out. Rogio kind of just recognizing he has to play a bit into some cards with his blocks and just kind of accepting it, trying to take the best blocks as possible to really try and overtake board. As we see in the bottom right, Renrag and Sesking tied up at 1-1. It's going to be really important. Sesking needs to take it home if Garen's Vanguards wants a chance. Rogio also needs to come up big this game to, give them a fighting chance, but they're still in it.
It's really this position is just so awkward for both sides.
Yeah, you're on a very low value hand. We see Ikato and Shodox are 1-1. Everyone's tied up. The game is very close. But yeah, you're on a very low value hand with these units unless you hit a Poro King. And it's very scary to be playing out these units here, right? Because each unit you play out is one potential special snack you're missing. But if you're not applying pressure for next turn, how are you winning the game? So it's a really, really tricky spot for Rogio.
So was it ever incorrect to play the Avenging Visayan spell just to be able to turn it into a 3/3 and guarantee a trade?
It may have been correct. It depends on how things go exactly after you count out your mana and all things said and done, which, I'm gonna be honest, I did not do. Rusticles is a very strong player. I believe he considered it and decided against it for one reason or another. With caster vision, knowing what we know, right? Obviously it makes sense to say that, but...
And we see the Gnar flip right now. turning Gnar into a 5/5 going to be able to generate a stronger blocker here.
But we are a bit
And we-
weak on the attack on the side of Rusticles. We are 2 wide to a 5 wide attack, threatening to push 10 damage. And I really like this development on the side of Rogio. You don't really have much else to do, just trying to apply as much pressure, recognizing they don't really have effective development punishes. This is the most annoying thing. And we're just going for it, and I think we are close, but we are going to get shut down by this Walla.
We have to swap this Yeti and this Gnar. We can't allow this Gnar to die right now. Yeah.
Yeah. And we should stun out the Poro King, the Poro Sled, prevent an impact, and kill it on the crackback, I believe, is probably the most optimal. I guess you could chunk block it and stun out like the 3/3 as well as a line. Yeah, Russ agrees.
Yeah, valuing this board is a little bit better in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. But that being said, there is 4 damage on the board for the side of Rogio next turn. 1 impact, 3 in the air, and there isn't a way to stop it. There's a stun, but the king has arrived. He's here.
Oh, he's here.
Play the trumpet.
He's about to make his grand entrance.
And we're gonna really see the Poro King buff coming in huge, as he's going to generate a snacks this turn, which is actually going to give us the ability to get over the top. Electing to Hush here, which really heads up playing around the Rex, realizing this Hush isn't really serving anything else. Really love it, not randomly losing to Rex, very cool. And then the king, the special snacks, and we get the pepper snacks, Hirsch. For those of you who aren't Poro King theorists like ourselves, the pepper snacks are the Grant Impact snacks, which that should be lethal, I believe, on next turn. I don't see how Rusticles can stop that.
I don't know if it's lethal. I think he can get more. I think we can get more out of this king. What do you think?
You said you think we can kill him harder? Is that what you're saying? You're not a very merciful king.
That's basically what I'm saying.
You're not a very merciful king, Hirsch.
Hey man, this king has been sleeping for a long time. His days of being merciful are over. It is time for him to go all out.
All I know is these poros are hungry and they want some spicy snacks.
True.
And with that, Rogio is going to be taking us to Game 3, keeping the hopes alive, and oh man, what an exciting set. We have what an exciting match, dude. We have 3 different players with 3 sets tied 1-1. And Vanguards need all of them to go their way in this final game to make it into playoffs. I bet.
Oh man, dude.
I can only imagine what it's like the experience these players are feeling. Like, it's truly, it's an incredible experience to be in that position, you know, getting to the taste of victory after, and even, you know, the sorrow of defeat and having to rally. It's really something incredible. And if you guys haven't done it, you should come out for next Aegis.
For sure. Which will be happening sometime next year, probably February or March, maybe April. We don't know yet. We don't even know if second Aegis is happening, as we say that every season. But with that, we're on to our final match between Rusty and Rogio. Seraphine Set versus Jin Gnar. I honestly, you would probably know these tables a lot better than I would. I honestly don't know how this matchup goes.
So, I haven't played this matchup, but if people recall from back in the day, this Jin Gnar deck, this Jin Bandle deck, absolutely destroyed Seraphine, Ionia, Karma Ionia style decks. I think there's a clip somewhere of Aikado queuing into someone as Bandle Jin versus Karma on ladder and messaging to them, yo, I have Jin plus Rex, and they scoop the game on turn 1. Like, it's that type of matchup. Not that it's, like, actually unwinnable, but it's very difficult. And, you know, Rogio, it will be the man if he is able to take this down for his team. But Seraphine, it is the type of deck to be able to Skamaz out of it. And let's see if, Rogio can pull it out.
With Rusty sitting on 2 Rexes, it's actually kind of looking a bit sketchy.
It's a little bit scary, but I will say Seraphine, as opposed to Karma, which Karma is the matchup I'm more familiar with, Seraphine has the ability to make random cards that just steal the game for no reason. Like this Hush we have access to randomly. So
yeah,
maybe we can do something like we have Hush for Broadmain. We do a fast cat. I believe we're playing cat in this version. We do a fast cat. We Hush the Broadmain. We have like a Nopify for a stun. Like there are some lines, right?
Yeah. Just if this Rex is able to just get online, there's no real stopping it, right?
Yeah, the Rex is really hard to beat, especially with the Jin in hand to, do the burn over the top, but you do have some play. The fact that you can get on the board quicker is better, and you don't have the temple now, but the fact that our opponent doesn't have landmark destruction, maybe if we YOLO on a temple or a bar, it can definitely give us some play as well. And that's another thing as well. Like the bar, sometimes bar gives us a random win con. Like sometimes we make Rite of Negation,
We do have landmark destruction. We're running 2 naturalists.
Well, I'm saying in hand.
Yeah. Fair.
There is definitely landmark destruction in the deck. Okay, electing for the formula. I think it makes a lot of sense. Keeping the cards rolling, trying to get to a win con. It's good for the set flip, and sets an insane card in any matchup. But we're kind of just in wheel spinning time right now. Like on Rogio's side, you're just trying to find ways to actually win the game, stabilize, get to your win cons, like progress Sarah, progress set. And on Rustical's side, you're trying to prevent your opponent from doing that, which is a little bit weird to do because you kind of just don't want them to steal the game out from under you before you can set up your Rexes. And ideally, you'd like to draw into a Jin. So hopefully you hit some draw as well, but it's kind of weird because both players are kind of want different things to be happening, and they're a little bit antithetical. So it's an interesting boardscape that both players are kind of trying to navigate around.
I don't know. This was such a weird portal. I don't know if hitting 5/5 tentacle was actually really good or not. It's a big unit. It's gonna punch for 5 damage at least, but it's not gonna stick around.
It is Rogio's attack token, so I think it's pretty bad, Hirsch.
Oh yeah, true. I forgot about the token. So yeah, it's actually just gonna get no value at all.
Oh, and burning a card on the side of Rogio. I guess we're okay with that because we have the cat in hand, but it's definitely scary to burn a potential Seraphine or a Seraphine or a set. And
yeah, that card's never gonna generate any value for us in this matchup anyways, right?
Yeah, surely. And what time is it, Hirsch?
What time is it?
Yeah.
It's cat time.
I thought is it Rex time?
No.
Are we Rexing? We Riptide, we Rex.
Are we Rexing? We Riptide, we Rex? We're not Rexing this turn?
Electing to not Rex this turn. I understand why we're not Rexing this turn, but also we are a little bit limited in our ability to proc. Our opponent doesn't have a board. We're saying we're happy Rexing. Totally agree with that. but I am just a little bit curious in how we're trying to set up our mana. Oh no, we were just saying we're okay with them burning a card. Yeah, no, this guy's the GOAT. He knows how it goes down. He's different.
It's just two condenses and a second Rex in hand. It's kind of just like doomed.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hard because these Rexes are just gonna punch through so much damage. There's also the Pie Toss to be able to bring her face again and get the plunder again. So yeah, like you're saying, it is definitely a tricky spot for Rogio to find his way out of.
I wonder if Rusty's gonna take the line of playing the Conchologist to see if he can fish for a third condense.
Time to find a mute.
Yeah, I mean, it might be correct, but like this is what I'm saying. It's a very bad spot for Rogio. Do not get me twisted.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
you
really
can't
is.
Rex for a couple of turns. Like there is a little bit of room for Seraphine to, we do some Seraphine things. We do a bit of scamming, Playing some not very fair Legends of Runeterra, you could say. We generate some random cards.
Yeah, taking the Bandle definitely taking the Bandle Tallstones is correct here.
I'm like we were saying, right? A very big concern is potentially the access to activating plunder easily, and the Bandle Tellstones is a very good way to be able to do that, as well as the landmark destruction as well.
Yeah.
Just getting a lot of.
We don't have any landmark destruction just yet. Oh man, this barkeeper just kind of whiffed.
Yeah, that will make a landmark, but not the landmark we want. And
I mean, it's not gonna do. The landmark's kind of like a dead landmark. It doesn't really do much for us.
Yeah. So at this point, as Rogio, how are you? Your way to win is by trying to play a cat and have protection for a backup for like a stun.
Mm-hmm.
So Sunfumes and High Note, I believe these are both new cards that will progress. If this flips Seraphine, then we're at we've played like 9 spells. Yeah, so this will put Seraphine at 8. So Seraphine won't be flipped quite yet. But I think our cat is going to be at 14 or 15 if we can get a production check on the cat.
Yeah.
The cat is getting close. We might be able to sneak something out through some very good draws off of like a formula.
I missed what are we hovering? We're hovering a Pie Toss right now. Cat is at 13 as well, and we're hovering Group Shot right now.
Yeah, just electing to come through, combine all the spells to remove Seraphine on the stack, and just keep the win cons low. We have the Perilous Pastry in hand as well to get the Rexes going. Oh, the Nopify!
Oh man!
If we could cat and hold up Nopify, which we hit the draw. What's the cat at?
The cat was at 13, so it's at 14.
At 14, so we can't cat this turn. So we need to figure out a way to actually survive through these turns, which is just so hard, especially if they go Pastry into Rex.
Mm-hmm. So Pastry or Nopify buys us one more turn.
Yeah.
Because they're never going to be able to Rex this turn regardless.
Nopify does buy us one turn, but if we Nopify and granted this is playing with caster vision, right? If we Nopify the Pastry, then they get to stall our lethal for 1 turn if we're saying cat is the way we're winning the game, right? Which we are probably, there's a very real chance we're put into the position. We need to notify the pastry, but yeah, electing not to do it. And the third Rex in hand, and the bout security, they drew our win con before us.
They drew the win con.
What the heck? That's not allowed. That's our win con. What, are they gonna draw a cat next too?
It's Jover.
Yeah, okay, and smart by Rustical is just electing to use the pastry with the attack token, getting it forced out. And then this should put the cat at 15, I believe. I think this is the first Miriam, putting the cat at 16, I believe.
Are we on 1 of Nopify?
We're on 2 Nopify, I believe. I think all of the Sarah players were playing 2 Nopify today, at least all of the ones we watched.
Yeah, we're on 2 Nopify, 1 deny, so there's still a chance. There's still a chance to deny this Rex's turn, Card Gamer.
Well, if they Rex this turn, we might still be okay, as long as we can block down and not die.
That pass is actually really interesting.
Yeah, just playing such a patient and respectful game on both sides. They're really playing this one like a dance. And I have to imagine we go for the bar.
Not really any spells that do us justice at this point right now.
Yeah, I wonder if Rusticles is going to elect to use his Spandal Tellstones for landmark destruction. You do have a new piece of eye to proc face and activate Rex, hit face and proc Rex. But
yeah,
he may value having another source of that because we have the multiple Rexes in hand and the condense. We might just be saying it's time to just start letting it Rex. It's rain and fire, you know? And then, you know, we do a Rex this turn, we do a couple condensed Rexes next turn just because we have the multiple activators and say we're ending the game. Because it's also getting close to cat time. I'm not the most experienced Vandal Jin player. I'm an Andy Jin player myself, to be honest with you all. So I will trust Rusticle's experience in this position, but we are getting scarily close to letting this cat pop off. We can't quite do it this turn, but next turn, he's going to be online, and a cat online next turn also makes it so the Rex isn't going to be as strong of a tool to finish, because the cat's going to eat so many Rex barrages.
Yeah. It's... I feel like Rusty kind of just, like, took his time on some of this for no reason. Like, he's just allowing Rogia just to kind of, like, set up for his win con instead of just progressing our own.
Yeah. I mean, you say no reason, but Rusticles is trying to play it patient because he was missing some tools. I wonder if that was intentional to go for condenses next turn, or if he just got time pressure crunched. But I trust that Rusticles is playing this game out, right? Because he was limited on sources to access damage and trigger these Rexes throughout most of the game. And then beyond that, right, he never had great boards he was able to, like, Rex for tempo, and he never had the Jin to really close things out properly. He did have all these Rexes and condenses, but cards, things still lined up a little bit weird for him, admittedly. But we do have the Jin now, we have all these condenses, and I think it's going to work out in the end. And this is also probably partially why he played things like he did. Because just a really disciplined line of having this amount of mana this turn to pop off finally now that we drew the...
Don't have to be sharp to make a point.
Disintegrate's not going to really do a whole lot for us right now.
Yeah, we do have a very full hand, so I don't believe we can even look for a sputtering line necessarily. We can rummage through most of our deck to look for potential answers, but we can't even play anything on the stack because there's a Jin.
I do have to say this is the one thing that I like about this deck is just being able to lock out your opponent with the Rex Jin line.
Yeah, see, everyone's a combo player even though they don't want to admit it. You heard it here first, folks. But yeah, that is a very fun interaction, I cannot lie. But yeah, it's just really, really toxic. Thankfully for Rogio, his Seraphine isn't dying from this interaction. You do get to use the stack a little bit to try and fight back against this Jhin player. But there's another Rex coming, Rain and Fire, you know? It's not an easy position to play out of by any means. Especially because there's this Jhin in hand that's going to keep taxing. That being said, if Rogio can find a way to spend enough mana this turn, and then he can like play a set at a certain time, like he can do a lot. Like we are scarily close to being able to do certain things, especially with like good sputterings and the like. It's going to be a very tight game.
I feel like we need to play a cat like right now just to be able to eat a lot of these cannon barrages, right?
Yeah. Cat may have been the most optimal line. He may not be respecting the second condense. Just because we already saw one. And we would have assumed our opponent would have played them earlier with how the game went. Is also probably along the lines of how Rogio is thinking. Also potentially not even considering the cat line of using cat to soak up.
Taking another 5 damage to face and clearing the board here.
So this goes through.
Form up keeps one of our units alive.
We can take Glimpse, but we can't really use it here.
None of these really help either.
Yeah. And the spell isn't getting doubled because we don't have the room on the stack. It's only a one-time use.
Mm-hmm.
Which is going to make this spot really difficult. So we're going to 7. If we block the 7-1, we go to 1, and we're dead to Jhin and Vandal Telestone. I think when we play that Sputtering Song Spinner, we kind of sign ourselves up to... Oh, no. I lied. The high note. He's a genius. An intellectual behemoth. How could I ever doubt? I missed the high note.
Overlooking the high note. How could you?
Hey, man. It's hiding behind the rummage in my defense. Ooh. But we're going to go for the Electro Harpoon pre-combat. And we can take out... Is this doubled? It looks like it's not doubled.
Is there... Yeah, because we played high note to flip the Seraphine earlier. But is there a reason we discarded our Gnar instead of our Sunhawk? Because I don't think the Sunhawk's going to be doing much for us at this point in the game.
Not sure. And with that, I think that's game. Yeah, when the high note wasn't being doubled, I don't think we were able to stay alive because we were at 5 and then take 6. And Renrat coming through. Rusticle's also coming through. And man, what a well fought game by Garen's Vanguards. They really almost ran it back.
Yeah.
Really a great story, a really valiant effort, but not quite.
But I believe we still have one more game going on. It doesn't actually look like it. It's all over. Icado lost. All Swain's Flock players 1-2-1 card gamer.
Yeah.
So they had the promising sweep, but all 3 of them weren't able to pull out the win.
Yeah, it's just whoever the community votes for is gonna win. Like you guys.
Apparently, so community's just been spot on.
Yeah, you guys are the real intellectual behemoths, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
We thought that we were playing the opposite of the coin, but no, just community just knows what's going on. But with that, that is all the matches we have for the night. We are going to be wrapping up. Is there any other teams that have fully qualified, Red, that we can announce right now?
Yeah, so we actually have the entire round 1 for the playoffs known. So next week we have on the upper side of the bracket, distinguishing randomly, one side of the bracket, we have Trundle's Trolls and Azir's Ascended. So that's going to be Azir's Ascended is the Prism Sword team featuring Sleepy Punda, Spids, Tie Guy, and Trundle's Trolls is the Arax team featuring Drizoth, Alexander, and Methodical. And then on the other side, we have Maokai Saplings and Swain's Flock, featuring the lovely Flock players we just saw. And the Saplings, we got a few friends from earlier, Donut, M-Tux, Ninja Duelist, and it's slipping my mind, Jinden. There we go.
Yes, Jinden. All right, Card Gamer, let's get some early predictions. Who do you think is going all the way now that we kind of have thinned the herd a bit?
Oh man, that's tough. I was really impressed with Trundle's Trolls and Azir's Ascended. So I really think whoever wins that set is probably going to end up making it all the way. That being said, I think Azir's Ascended, they got a little bit cute with their lineups this week. They did a really good job last week. I'm figuring they knew they were in a really good position. They said, we have the space to do this. Okay, I'll give it to you, but I expect you guys to come back hard next week. And I think if they do that, they can win. But I don't know. That's going to be a really close match. And I definitely have my money on whoever wins from that side taking it all.
Yeah, it's tough for me. I'm torn between either Azir's Ascended and Maokai Saplings. Like, both of them are super strong teams. Like, they know what's going on with this. They're doing their homework, man.
Yeah,
they know exactly what's going on.
I mean, really, all of these teams are strong. I would not be surprised to see any of these guys wins, and I'm just excited to see them play in a couple weeks. So
yeah, for sure. But with that, I think we're gonna wrap it up for the night. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for letting me come on the desk with you today, Card Gamer, and also produce as well. It's been fun. I've been Hirsch. I've been joined by Card Gamer. Card Gamer, do you have any final remarks?
I mean, I hope everyone enjoyed the show, and good luck if you're playing in the World Qualifier this weekend. If not, I hope you enjoy your weekend or watching or whatever you decide to do. And with that, have a great night, everyone.
Yep. Good luck again with everybody in your Open tomorrow. And once again, don't forget to tune in to the live coverage that Aegis Esports is going to be providing for you guys on Sunday for all 3 shards. So with that, stay safe, stay blessed, and we'll see you all next week. Take care.